Good morning and thank you for joining us here on 24 Plus. I'm Kevin McNamara. We are joined right off the top by Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett with a first look at your forecast. Trevor?
Not a bad start for our early Thursday morning. There are a couple of sprinkles out there, nothing too crazy right now, but you could run into a couple of raindrops early this morning. Certainly a muggy start. Temperatures already around 80 degrees for some of us. Now later this afternoon, that's when we're going to have a better chance for those pop-up thunderstorms. About a 40% shot. So it's not going to happen everywhere, but certainly after lunchtime today, there could be a couple of areas that run into an isolated heavy downpour. Again, this morning we're mostly dry. There's a couple of sprinkles, but nothing too serious right now. By lunchtime, though, a couple of thunderstorms already trying to develop, and then we see those isolated downpours for the afternoon and the evening hours. So again, not going to rain everywhere today, but there is at least that chance of a couple of isolated pop-up thunderstorms here and there. Low risk of flooding today. If you do happen to see a heavy thunderstorm that parks itself, you could see some isolated flooding on those roadways. Tomorrow, aside from some morning sprinkles, I think it's a mostly dry day, high of 85. Saturday looks good, very slight rain chance at 87. And then Sunday and Monday, we get back into a pattern where there could be a slightly better chance of some pop-up thunderstorms. So again, rain chance is kind of up and down over the next 7 days, but I do think by Sunday and early next week, they will see a peak there. High temperatures, they stay in the mid to upper 80s, and humidity likely to remain high for the next 7 days.
For that, Trevor, let's get a first check of your traffic here this morning. It is 7:05. Still got that main incident we told you about at the last hour, a crash on 240 westbound right before 55. That has got a shoulder blocked. There's also construction there right at that same intersection, or not intersection, interchange. That's causing delays and no doubt played a role in that accident. So some blockages there, 240 westbound. Elsewhere there on the center of your screen, still got that traffic light out. Airways between Lamar and Park Avenue. That's been there for much of the past hour. You can see some slowdowns there at the top, that orange on I-40 westbound. That is a stalled car on the right lane on I-40 westbound right at the 101 connector. Not an accident, but a stalled car causing that little block of orange there on I-40 westbound. So that's a newish issue that we're dealing with here. Obviously, if that's part of where you're headed, keep that in mind. Maybe stay out of the right lane. That's where you get your stalled car. But again, that big issue, 240 westbound near I-55, causing some delays. Hopefully, they'll have that sorted away sooner rather than later, because it's been there for pretty much the entire morning so far. But regardless, we'll keep track of this and everything else that pops off through the rest of this morning. The state's newly created Educational Oversight Board for Memphis-Shelby County Schools is set to hold its first meeting this morning. And the 9-member board will address concerns about the district's financial management and governance. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco is live with a look at what to expect. Good morning, Ezekiel. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Kevin. I can tell you that the state's Oversight Educational Board is expected to meet face-to-face for the first time at 8:45 this morning in Nashville. Again, the 9-member appointed board was finalized on Tuesday by House Speaker Cameron Sexton. But again, this meeting comes after state leaders completed the appointments again that I just mentioned this week with the board, and more specifically, it was created under a law that was passed earlier this year that allows for the state to establish oversight boards for districts that meet certain criteria of management. Again, the MSCS school district was the only school district throughout all of Tennessee that met that criteria, and lawmakers again pointed to concerns about financial management and governance, including preliminary findings from a forensic audit that identified more than $1 million in waste and abuse. Now, the board is chaired by Tyrone Burrows and includes members appointed by Governor Bill Lee, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, and House Speaker Cameron Sexton. Now, ABC 24 spoke to one board member before the meeting who says the biggest priorities will include improving student and teacher experience.
All of us want great teachers. We want smart students. We want academic levels to be increased. All of us want the same. We want great schools, and we have a big issue in deferred maintenance, which saps a lot of money. What do we do about that?
Supporters say that the board will bring additional accountability to the district, while critics have called the move quote-unquote state takeover of a locally elected school system. The board will oversee major district decisions for at least 4 years. And during today's meeting, members are expected to discuss their role in terms of the organization, as well as the next steps that they plan as they begin their work. And again, today's meeting marks the first official time that this appointed board will meet to discuss, again, what they're going to do with the MSCS school district. But again, we're going to be streaming this. It's going to be in Nashville at 8:45 in the morning, and it's going to be exclusively streamed on our ABC 24 Plus app, which you're on right now. So continue to watch so you can, see what takes place when it comes to that. Again, I'm going to be providing more updates when it comes to this later on throughout the show. Reporting live at the MSCS headquarters, I'm Ezekiel Telemaco, ABC 24 News.
All right, Ezekiel, thank you. If you're an educator or perhaps looking to enter the educational field, well, we've got some good news for you. MSCS is hosting a hiring event today to help fill those open positions. Taking a look at some of the details now on your screen. It'll be at the Teaching and Learning Academy on Union Avenue from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Applicants should bring a resume, the references, and any licenses or relevant certifications. Meanwhile, the Mississippi community is demanding transparency after an officer shot and killed a 1-year-old boy in a car. Cohen Wiley was shot and killed at the Walmart in Senatobia on Highway 51 last weekend. And as investigators work to determine exactly what happened, Cohen's mother is sharing her side of the story. And ABC 24's Lauren Turman has more on how she's dealing with this tragic loss.
Less than a day after protests erupted across Senatobia, Mississippi, the mother of 1-year-old Cohen Wiley is sharing her account after he was killed during a police shooting outside a Walmart on Sunday.
It's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But yeah, they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them.
Valencia Wiley says she was riding in a car with her son and a friend when officers approached as they were leaving the store. According to Wiley, police were trying to stop her friend, who they suspected of shoplifting.
They tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came. And then when we was backing up, they was running out the come.
In this video, she recounts what happened, saying her friend started backing up and hit another car. That's when Wiley says officers fired multiple rounds into their car. One of those bullets hit Cohen.
By the time I sat my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh.
What followed was a rally with hundreds of people from all across the Mid-South calling for police accountability and justice for Cohen. The mayor and board of aldermen have confirmed the officer who fired those shots is now on administrative leave, but for some, that's still not enough.
He should not be at home on any kind of leave or payment. He should be terminated. I think he should face consequences.
Wiley says she was never charged with any crime. She's also questioning the shoplifting claims, saying she has not been told whether police recovered any stolen items. Mississippi investigators expect to release all body and dash cam footage once the investigation is complete. In Senatobia, Mississippi, I'm Lauren Turman.
All right, Shelby County General Sessions Court Clerk Tammy Sawyer has been suspended for 30 days after her indictment on federal charges. The County Board of Commissioners released a memo confirming that suspension this week. A federal grand jury has indicted Sawyer on theft, fraud, and money laundering charges, with federal prosecutors alleging that within days of taking office in August 2024, Sawyer began using public funds for her own expenses to the tune of $45,000. She faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Meanwhile, the man acquitted in the Memphis rapper Young Dolph murder case is now back behind bars, this time on new cyber stalking charges. A federal judge has revoked bond for Hernandez Gavon. They say Gavon threatened a woman through calls and messages during a dispute over money, with federal prosecutors saying those allegations violate the terms of his supervised release. Gavon remains in federal custody, and we will keep you updated as the case moves forward. For now, though, we'll be right back. This summer, some educators and parents are reevaluating how much technology students really need. After years of expanded screen use in the classroom, some lawmakers are calling for a return to more traditional learning methods, and they believe too much time on devices can create distraction and hurt student engagement. Our sister station in Knoxville looks at the debate over what learning could look like in today's classrooms. Here.
Should classroom learning stay digital or go back to the basics?
We're going to use technology. We'll continue to use technology. What we want to make sure is we're being wise in how we use it and that we get maximum results from it.
J.C. Bowman with the Professional Educators of Tennessee is leading the conversation.
We live in a technology age. We understand that it's needed, but by the same token, Chromebooks are costing a fortune. Where they're really pushing, and justifiably so, moving to use textbooks mainly in K through 5 rather than Chromebooks. But they're not trying to ban technology, and that's the one of the concerns that people have.
Some East Tennessee parents share similar concerns.
Like a physical book, there's no distractions per se, with the notifications that pop up or different tabs that they have to jump back and forth to.
It's just very overwhelming for them, especially if they don't have parents that already are into it. There's a lot of people out there that don't know how to use those computers.
Knox County Schools teacher Dave Gorman watches the computer scrolls and sees the distraction that comes with it.
There are plenty of students who are dipping over into AI and trying to look up answers. If you're not monitoring it, if you're not paying attention, if you're not directing the use, they will fill in the blank with whatever they can.
He says limiting the clicks will look different at every level, but believes less screen time could help students reconnect with the lessons once taught on paper.
I hope that we don't ever lose the human touch between teachers and students, that connection that a student feels when they know their teacher is there for them and is connecting with them. I think there's a way to do it, but I know that it takes communication and cooperation.
It is a day you want to have the umbrella nearby just in case, because there is going to be a potential of some pop-up thunderstorms, especially this afternoon and this evening, but they could really pop up at any point today. If you do see one, it could be on the heavy side, but not everybody is going to see a storm today. These are going to be more of these spotty pop-up downpours that park over one neighborhood and completely miss another. So some of us could see some sunshine at times. We'll get up to 87 with high humidity, but be aware you could see a little thunderstorm pop up at any point. And again, I think the better chance is here once we get after lunchtime, further into the afternoon and into the evening hours with about 40% coverage of those thunderstorms. So again, a mostly dry morning. There have been some sprinkles out there, but I do think closer to the noon hour, 1 o'clock, we see a couple of pop-up storms develop. And then through the afternoon and the evening, we will keep that chance in play. Notice it's not happening everywhere. This is not going to be a widespread downpour. These are those isolated little cells. But if they do pop up near you, again, they could be heavy. And I can't completely rule out a little bit of flash flooding if they just really park over your neighborhood for a while. Tonight, rain chances go down. I think it's a mostly dry night. I can't rule out a couple of lingering pop-up showers through maybe 10 p.m. or so. Otherwise, 72 degrees with a light northeasterly wind. Tomorrow and Saturday, I think we're mostly dry. Slight chance of a sprinkle, but odds are pretty low. Sunday and Monday, though, we're going to get back into that pattern of pop-up storms. So you average it out now through Monday, 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches of rain. But be aware, again, if that storm parks over you, you could get a little more than that. Something else is the humidity. It's already come up since yesterday. We're going to be much muggier through the weekend and likely into early next week. Remember, as the storms do develop today, you can track them with Live Radar 24/7. Just scan the QR code there on your screen or go on your smart TV and search ABC24. That's for your Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Samsung. You can always watch our live broadcast and latest newscast there. You can also check the radar to see where those storms are popping up and if they could impact your plans. Again, through the day today, a chance of some pop-up storms. Not going to happen everywhere, but some of us could see a heavy downpour that leads to a little bit of flash flooding. Otherwise, a mix of sun and clouds, high of 87. Tomorrow looks mostly dry, but mostly cloudy, up to 85. Saturday, also a mostly dry day, but a slight chance of a shower, 87. And then some more pop-up storm chances returning for Sunday and Monday. Even slight chances continuing for Tuesday and Wednesday, albeit a little bit lower. Temperatures staying warm and muggy, mid to upper 80s for the next 7 days.
All righty, now let's get another check of your traffic here this morning. It's 7:22. Got a couple of different things here. Again, still have that big issue. Got your right shoulder blocked, 240 westbound, right before I-55. There, that's on kind of the left side of your screen. That's a major accident we've been following all morning here. Do hopefully think that they're getting it cleared out soon. It's been an issue for quite some time, but that's caused some major backups and delays. There's also some construction there as well, causing backups. So if you're heading to 240 westbound this morning, just keep that in mind here. Elsewhere, we've had some new stuff pop up. That is a crash down there at the bottom of your screen on Holmes Road, right at Easterly and Grand Pine. So that is right before the state line in southeast Shelby County, right before the state line there. Keep that in mind if you're heading down that direction. Again, still have that traffic control issue. That is a traffic light that is out in Bellevue on airways between Lamar and Park Avenue. That has been there for a while. Imagine it's going to take them some time. And then, as you can see at the top of your screen, that slowdown on I-40 westbound has cleared up a little bit. It was orange earlier. That's worse than yellow, which it is now, so I assume that is getting cleared away. The stalled car itself no longer showing up on our systems. So hopefully that's not causing any delays here any longer. So really the only big issue that we're following right now, at least that's on your major highways, is again 240 westbound, right by Mill Branch, right by I-55. That is causing some delays this morning. But if you're not headed that direction, you should be okay at this hour. But we'll keep track of these and everything else that happens through the rest of the morning. But for now, we are going to take a quick break. A stray cat wanders onto a Romeo and Juliet stage play and makes itself at home, turning a legendary tragedy into an unexpected comedy. Jeremy Roth has today's Take a Look at This.
Watch a stray cat steal the spotlight during a live stage play, turning a performance of Romeo and Juliet into Ro-Meow.
Hello, and thanks for sticking with us here on 24 Plus. I'm Kevin McNamara, and I'm joined right off the top by Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett with a look at your forecast. Trevor?
Not a bad start for our early Thursday morning. There are a couple of sprinkles out there, nothing too crazy right now, but you could run into a couple of raindrops early this morning. Certainly a muggy start. Temperatures already around 80 degrees for some of us. Now later this afternoon, that's when we're going to have a better chance for those pop-up thunderstorms. About a 40% shot. So it's not going to happen everywhere, but certainly after lunchtime today, there could be a couple of areas that run into an isolated heavy downpour. Again, this morning we're mostly dry. There's a couple of sprinkles, but nothing too serious right now. By lunchtime, though, a couple of thunderstorms already trying to develop, and then we see those isolated downpours for the afternoon and the evening hours. So again, not going to rain everywhere today, but there is at least that chance of a couple of isolated pop-up thunderstorms here and there. Low risk of flooding today. If you do happen to see a heavy thunderstorm that parks itself, you could see some isolated flooding on those roadways. Tomorrow, aside from some morning sprinkles, I think it's a mostly dry day, high of 85. Saturday looks good, very slight rain chance at 87. And then Sunday and Monday, we get back into a pattern where there could be a slightly better chance of some pop-up thunderstorms. So again, rain chance is kind of up and down over the next 7 days, but I do think by Sunday and early next week, they will see a peak there. High temperatures, they stay in the mid to upper 80s, and humidity likely to remain high for the next 7 days.
All righty, let's get another check of your traffic here this morning. It's 7:35 and things are getting worse, although I guess we got a thumbs up. You know what that means? That means the situation's improving, clearing, as they say in traffic parlance. That crash there, we're talking about 240 westbound, as you can see again where that thumbs up is. That was a major accident. That does look like it's been clearing up. You should be good to go there momentarily, if not already. So that is a bit of good news, but elsewhere we've had a couple things going in the other direction. We've got, again, that crash down in Lake Village on Holmes Road at Easterly Lane and Grand Pines. That one is new. There's also the crash to that east, right on Holmes Road as well. We got two crashes on Holmes Road. One is over in Capleville there in the southeast. That is almost over the state line as well. That is at Malone Road. That's been there for a little bit. That's the slightly older one. Hopefully they'll have that figured out quickly. But elsewhere then, up at the top of your screen, that is a new accident in Raleigh. That is on Covington Pike at Raleigh-LaGrange. That's a pretty heavily trafficked area of folks heading into the Memphis region. That is, again, at Covington Pike and Raleigh-LaGrange. So certainly that's something to keep an eye on. A lot of folks traversing that area for work, school, anywhere else. We'll keep that in mind. And then you've got as well that traffic light that has been out there in the center of your screen. That is on Airways between Lamar and Park Avenue. That has been there really most of the morning as well. No word on when that's going to get cleared out. But just some slight delays as a result of that. Shouldn't be impacting you too much. And then a couple of different trouble spots you can see there. I-40 westbound heading into the downtown area. 240 north heading into the downtown midtown area as well. Got some strong yellow there, meaning some slowdowns. Don't know if that's either of those a result of an accident. We had a stalled car on I-40 westbound earlier. That's gone. So for the most part, there's a couple of different trouble spots here we are looking at, as you can tell. But the big news is that that major accident we had on 240 westbound near 55 is clearing up, and we don't have any word of injuries or anything like that, but we'll keep you updated on all of these as soon as we have it. The state's newly created Educational Oversight Board for MSCS is set to hold their first meeting this morning, and the 9-member group will address concerns over the district's financial management and governance. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco is live outside MSCS headquarters with a look at what to expect. Ezekiel, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Kevin. I can tell you that the Oversight Board, this is the first time that they're meeting face-to-face, again, since the announcement of the bill. But when it comes to what you need to know specifically, they're meeting at Nashville this morning at 8:45. We're going to be streaming that on the ABC 24 Plus app, which you're watching right now. But again, when it comes to this 9-member board, again, that final member was picked on Tuesday by House Speaker Cameron Sexton. Now, again, the board was created under a law passed earlier this year that allows for the state to establish oversight boards for districts that meet certain criteria of management Now, again, in terms of all school districts throughout Tennessee, the MSCS school district was the only school that qualified based on the criteria. And again, lawmakers pointed out to the concerns based on financial management and governance. Now, that also included preliminary findings from a forensic audit that identified more than $1 million in waste and abuse. The board is chaired by Tyrone Burrows and includes members appointed by Governor Bill Lee, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, and House Speaker Cameron Sexton. ABC 24 spoke to one board member before the meeting who says the biggest priorities will be including improving student and teacher experience.
All of us want great teachers. We want smart students. We want academic levels to be increased. All of us want the same. We want great schools, and we have a big issue in deferred maintenance, which saps a lot of money. What do we do about that?
Supporters say that the board will bring additional accountability to the district, while critics have called the move, quote unquote, a state takeover of a locally elected school system. The board will oversee major district decisions for at least 4 years. And during today's meeting, members are expected to discuss their role as an organization of the board and the next steps as they begin their work. And again, today's meeting marks the first time that they're meeting face to face since, again, that board was compiled. Again, that last member was picked on Tuesday by House member Cameron Sexton, but we're going to continue to provide updates. When it comes to that meeting, we're actually going to be exclusively streaming that on the ABC 24 Plus app, which you're watching right now on. So continue to stream and watch our show so that you don't miss out on what takes place in Nashville. Reporting live at the MSCS headquarters, I'm Ezekiel Telemaco, ABC 24 News.
All right, thank you, Ezekiel. Meanwhile, a Mississippi community demanding transparency after an officer shot and killed a 1-year-old boy in a car. Cohen Wiley was shot and killed at the Walmart on Highway 51 in Senatobia last weekend. And as investigators work to determine exactly what happened, Cohen's mother is sharing her side of the story. Alessia Wiley says she was riding in a car with her son and a friend when officers approached as they were leaving the store. According to Wiley, police were trying to stop her friend, who they suspected of shoplifting.
They tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came. And then when we was backing up, they was running out the come.
Wiley explained further in that video, when her friend started backing up, she hit another car. And that's when Wiley says officers fired multiple rounds into the car, with one of those bullets killing Cohen.
By the time I set my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh.
Wiley says she was never charged with any crime, and she's questioning the shoplifting claim, saying she hasn't been told by police if they've recovered any stolen items. Attorneys representing the family of 1-year-old Cohen are calling for Senatobia police to release key video evidence. Attorney Van Turner is assisting civil rights attorney Ben Crump on the case, and he says the family wants body camera footage, dash cam footage, and Walmart security videos as they try to understand what happened better. Turner says the release of the video will help answer questions and give the community clarity.
We want to see the body cam footage from the officers. We also want to see the footage from Walmart. And the family is just wondering why the officer dispatched his service gun, knowing that there was a child in the car. This was a horrible tragedy. No 1-year-old child deserves to pass away from this earth like we've seen here in this case. So they're just asking for your prayers and they're asking for your support.
Turner says the family's legal team is continuing to work with attorney Ben Crump and expects to provide additional updates in the coming days. Mississippi investigators say they expect to release all body and dash cam footage once the investigation's complete. The son of longtime Memphis lawmaker G.A. Hardaway is settling into a new role at the state capitol. State Representative T.J. Hardaway now represents Tennessee's 93rd District, and as questions continue about his political future, he says he's focused on building his own path while carrying on his father's legacy.
It's an honor and a duty, as a son, to make sure that all of the work that he's done to accumulate his community and rally people to participate in Memphis's growth, making sure that the name is consistent, making sure that he is permanent, both in Memphis and in the capital in Nashville.
Hardaway also hinted that an announcement about his political future could soon be coming. In fact, he plans to talk about it today at 11 at the Carter Malone Group on Madison Avenue. We'll share the news with you as it's happening during our midday newscast and streaming right here on 24+. For now, though, we'll be right back.
It is a day you want to have the umbrella nearby just in case, because there is going to be a potential of some pop-up thunderstorms, especially this afternoon and this evening, but they could really pop up at any point today. If you do see one, it could be on the heavy side, but Not everybody is going to see a storm today. These are going to be more of these spotty pop-up downpours that park over one neighborhood and completely miss another. So some of us could see some sunshine at times. We'll get up to 87 with high humidity, but be aware you could see a little thunderstorm pop up at any point. And again, I think the better chance is here once we get after lunchtime, further into the afternoon and into the evening hours with about 40% coverage of those thunderstorms. So again, a mostly dry morning. There have been some sprinkles out there, but I do think closer to the noon hour, 1 o'clock, we see a couple of pop-up storms develop. And then through the afternoon and the evening, we will keep that chance in play. Notice it's not happening everywhere. This is not going to be a widespread downpour. These are those isolated little cells. But if they do pop up near you, again, they could be heavy. And I can't completely rule out a little bit of flash flooding if they just really park over your neighborhood for a while. Tonight, rain chances go down. I think it's a mostly dry night. I can't rule out a couple of lingering pop-up showers through maybe 10 p.m. or so. Otherwise, 72 degrees with a light northeasterly wind. Tomorrow and Saturday, I think we're mostly dry. Slight chance of a sprinkle, but odds are pretty low. Sunday and Monday, though, we're going to get back into that pattern of pop-up storms. So you average it out now through Monday, 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches of rain. But be aware, again, if that storm parks over you, you could get a little more than that. Something else is the humidity. It's already come up since yesterday. We're going to be much muggier through the weekend and likely into early next week. Remember, as the storms do develop today, you can track them with Live Radar 24/7. Just scan the QR code there on your screen or go on your smart TV and search ABC24. That's for your Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Samsung. You can always watch our live broadcast and latest newscast there. You can also check the radar to see where those storms are popping up and if they could impact your plans. Again, through the day today, a chance of some pop-up storms. Not going to happen everywhere, but some of us could see a heavy downpour that leads to a little bit of flash flooding. Otherwise, a mix of sun and clouds, high of 87. Tomorrow looks mostly dry, but mostly cloudy, up to 85. Saturday, also a mostly dry day, but a slight chance of a shower, 87. And then some more pop-up storm chances returning for Sunday and Monday. Even slight chances continuing for Tuesday and Wednesday, albeit a little bit lower. Temperatures staying warm and muggy, mid to upper 80s for the next 7 days.
All right, thanks for that, Trevor. Let's get another check of your traffic here this morning. It is now 7:51. It is looking a little bit messy out there. But the good news is, again, that major crash we saw on 240 westbound cleared up now. Don't see anything there left, so that's good news. Elsewhere, though, got those 2 different crashes that are on Holmes Road. One is in Lake Village at Easterly Lane. That's the one more on the left, closer to the airport. And then there's another one in Capelville on Holmes and Malone. Don't have any word on severity. Those are both being listed as moderate. But of course, if they're not impacting the interstates or your major commuting areas or thoroughfares, you shouldn't be too impacted. But of course, if you're heading down to that area near the state line, almost in Mississippi, you'll have to deal with both of those. Maybe the more relevant for most folks in terms of where they're going to be driving is that crash up there in Raleigh on Covington Pike at Raleigh-LaGrange. That's always a heavily trafficked area near Bartlett. Right there again, Covington Pike at Raleigh-LaGrange. So keep that in mind. Drive slowly if you're headed to that part of the city. And the other big issue we've been tracking here is that traffic light that's been out really all morning on Airways between Lamar and Park Avenue there, right in the center of your screen. So just a traffic light being out, so you know the normal rules there. Stop sign style, take your time. Going to be causing some delays, but shouldn't cause any accidents or anything like that. Elsewhere, we've got some slowdowns there on 240 northbound near downtown Midtown, and as well I-40 southbound as well. You've got some major slowdowns there. So a couple of different slowdowns. I guess the bigger concern would be the one on I-40 because it's orange. Don't have a word on whether that is caused by an accident. Nothing's showing up as of right now. You can see we've also got some slowdowns over near Cordova. We've got some slowdowns on 385 at their interchange. We've got some slowdowns on 78. So it's a bit of a messy morning right now, a number of different things. But again, a lot of yellow there, 240 northbound, and then I-40 kind of both in that similar spot in the loop. So we'll keep track of all of these and keep you posted as we learn more. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. The oldest and largest LGBTQ service group is expanding its reach. Out Memphis is building a new headquarters on Cleveland Street in Midtown, and this is what it's expected to look like once the project is finished. The new building is expected to house more resources and create a welcoming place for connection. ABC 24's Alicia Renee shows us how Out Memphis has been making an impact in the Mid-South for nearly 40 years.
For nearly 4 decades, Out Memphis has served as a hub for support, education, and outreach in the Mid-South. The organization's community center offers a variety of services, including health services, food assistance, support groups, and educational opportunities.
We do primarily serve just the LGBTQ community, but of course, anyone that is an ally or, welcome our community is, of course, welcome in our space and can also have some of the services and things.
Communications and Partnership Manager for Out Memphis, Shelda Edwards, says the organization offers everything from youth activities and housing assistance to support groups, art therapy, book clubs, and community meals. She says they also work to advocate for the people they serve at both the local and state level.
We do a lot of work to fight advocacy stuff that's going on at the Capitol that might be affecting our community, to make sure that, they feel seen and heard.
And that work is growing. Out Memphis is moving into a new location, creating more space for programs, services, and housing opportunities.
We are moving our headquarters and community center to an 11,000 square foot 2-story building in the center of Midtown in Memphis to better serve the community.
Before the month ends, Edwards says they have one more celebration in mind.
We have Queer Prom coming up on June 27th. It's just a big celebration, get dressed up, have a good time, hang out with your friends, and celebrate being your authentic self.
Alicia Renee, and that's how we celebrate Memphis.
All right, thanks for joining us for this hour of 24 Plus News Live. Make sure you stick around for another hour right here on 24 Plus with us. I'll see you there. Good morning again. Thanks for joining us here on 24 Plus. I'm Kevin McNamara. Thank you for being here on this Thursday. We started off with Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett.
Not a bad start for our early Thursday morning. There are a couple of sprinkles out there, nothing too crazy right now, but you could run into a couple of raindrops early this morning. Certainly a muggy start. Temperatures already around 80 degrees for some of us. Now later this afternoon, that's when we're going to have a better chance for those pop-up thunderstorms. About a 40% shot. So it's not going to happen everywhere, but certainly after lunchtime today, there could be a couple of areas that run into an isolated heavy downpour. Again, this morning we're mostly dry. There's a couple of sprinkles, but nothing too serious right now. By lunchtime, though, a couple of thunderstorms already trying to develop, and then we see those isolated downpours for the afternoon and the evening hours. So again, not going to rain everywhere today, but there is at least that chance of a couple of isolated pop-up thunderstorms here and there. Low risk of flooding today. If you do happen to see a heavy thunderstorm that parks itself, you could see some isolated flooding on those roadways. Tomorrow, aside from some morning sprinkles, I think it's a mostly dry day, high of 85. Saturday looks good, very slight rain chance at 87. And then Sunday and Monday, we get back into a pattern where there could be a slightly better chance of some pop-up thunderstorms. So again, rain chance is kind of up and down over the next 7 days, but I do think by Sunday and early next week, they will see a peak there. High temperatures, they stay in the mid to upper 80s, and humidity likely to remain high for the next 7 days.
All righty, let's get another check, or really a first check of your traffic here this morning, and it's a mess out there, unfortunately, on the roads. We'll start with the newest and biggest issue there, kind of right near where I-40 and 240 come together at the loop. That is a dip at the bridge joint 240 at the northbound off-ramp. There is an issue with the off-ramp. That's never good. A delay happening there, a significant delay as a result of some kind of break in the ramp, causing some damage there. So certainly avoid that area if at all possible, and as part of your commute, maybe get off earlier and just navigate using side streets. As again, there is delays due to a problem with the bridge there at 240 Midtown, causing traffic back to South Parkway. That's never good. That's the newest and biggest issue. It looks like we've also got a new issue there, Winchester at South Germantown. So that is right north of 385, not quite on 385. Looks like it is here, but if you zoom in closer, it's right north of it. So hopefully that's not going to be impacting too many commutes, but just keep that in mind if you're headed to Germantown this morning. And elsewhere, then the same issues we've been telling you about. We've got those two crashes that are on Holmes Road, one closer to the airport there. That is Lake Village at Easterly Lane in Grand Pines, and then the other one farther east is in Capelville, Holmes Road at Malone. Those two have been there for some time. Hopefully they can get those cleared away right near the state line into Mississippi. And the other one maybe has impacting a lot of people's commutes, more likely to at least than those, is there in Raleigh, Covington Pike at Raleigh-LaGrange. It's a very heavily trafficked area, almost in the Bartlett region. Again, Raleigh-LaGrange and Covington Pike. So we'll keep track of that. But again, the big one right now that's new is a problem with the part of the bridge or the off-ramp there, 240 in Midtown, causing stop-and-go traffic going back down to, as you can see, almost all the way to where it meets I-55. So if that's where you got to head, I would advise you to take an alternate route or avoid the area because some problems there. And then we do actually, I should say, also have a traffic light out there in Bellevue, as you can see. Hopefully, though, that's not causing too many delays. Just a traffic light, typical traffic laws apply when the light is out. But we'll keep track of all of these for you as long as we need to. For now, though, we got to move on. The state's newly created Educational Oversight Board for Memphis-Shelby County Schools is set to hold their first meeting this morning. And that 9-member board will address concerns about the district's financial management and governance. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco was live to join us with a look at what to expect. Ezekiel, good morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Kevin. I can tell you that this state-appointed educational board is meeting for the first time again, and they're expected to talk about a list of things in regard to making decisions within the Memphis-Shelby County School District. But again, this all started with, again, a meeting coming, as state leaders completed appointments to the 9-member panel this week, with House Speaker Cameron Sexton announcing on Tuesday that, he had chosen the final member. Now, the board was created under a law that passed earlier this year that allows for the state to establish oversight boards for districts that meet certain management criteria. Again, the MSCS school district was the only school district in the state of Tennessee that met that criteria, and lawmakers specifically pointed to concerns about Memphis-Shelby County Schools' financial management and governance. Now, this included preliminary findings from a forensic audit that identified more than $1 million in waste and abuse. Now, the board is chaired by Tyrone Burrows, and that includes members appointed by Governor Bill Lee, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, and House Speaker Cameron Sexton. Now, ABC 24 spoke to one board member before the meeting who says the biggest priorities will include improving student and teacher experience.
All of us want great teachers. We want smart students. We want academic levels to be increased. All of us want the same. We want great schools, and we have a big issue in deferred maintenance, which saps a lot of money. What do we do about that?
Supporters say that the board will bring additional accountability to the district, while critics say this move is, again, quote-unquote, a state takeover of a locally elected school system. Now, the board will oversee major district decisions for at least 4 years. Now, during today's meeting, members are expected to discuss their role as an organization of the board and their next steps as they begin their work. And again, like I just mentioned, today marks the first meeting of this Oversight Educational Board. Again, they're meeting at 8:45 this morning, and we're going to be live streaming that exclusively on the ABC 24 Plus app. So you're doing a great job right now because you're watching, so make sure to stay tuned and continue to watch so that you can see what takes place today in Nashville. Reporting live at the MSCS headquarters, I'm Ezekiel Telemaco, ABC 24 News.
That's right, Ezekiel. Great job to all the viewers out there. Just keep on watching because we're going to take you there live as soon as it begins. Meanwhile, if you are an educator or you're looking to enter the field of education, the school district, MSCS, is hosting a hiring event today to help fill some of those open positions. It'll be at the Teaching and Learning Academy on Union Avenue there, 2485 Union Avenue, beginning at 11, so you got some time to get ready, and goes till 2. You should bring a resume, professional references, any licenses or relevant certifications as well. Meanwhile, a Mississippi community demanding transparency after an officer shot and killed a 1-year-old boy in a car. Cohen Wiley was killed at the Walmart on Highway 51 in Senatobia last weekend. And as investigators work to determine exactly what happened, Cohen's mother is sharing her side of the story. ABC 24's Lauren Turman has more on how she's dealing with this tragic loss.
Less than a day after protests erupted across Senatobia, Mississippi, the mother of 1-year-old Cohen Wiley is sharing her account after he was killed during a police shooting outside a Walmart on Sunday.
It's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But yeah, they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them.
Valencia Wiley says she was riding in a car with her son and a friend when officers approached as they were leaving the store. According to Wiley, police were trying to stop her friend, who they suspected of shoplifting.
They tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came. And then when we was backing up, they was running out the con.
In this video, she recounts what happened, saying her friend started backing up and hit another car. That's when Wiley says officers fired multiple rounds into their car. One of those bullets hit Cohen.
By the time I sat my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh.
What followed was a rally with hundreds of people from all across the Mid-South calling for police accountability and justice for Cohen. The mayor and board of aldermen have confirmed the officer who fired those shots is now on administrative leave, but for some, that's still not enough.
He should not be at home on any kind of leave or payment. He should be terminated. I think he should face consequences.
Wiley says she was never charged with any crime. She's also questioning the shoplifting claims, saying she has not been told whether police recovered any stolen items. Mississippi investigators expect to release all body and dash cam footage once the investigation is complete. In Senatobia, Mississippi, I'm Lauren Turman.
Shelby County General Sessions Court Clerk Tammy Sawyer is beginning a 30-day suspension after her indictment on federal charges. The County Board of Commissioners released a memo confirming that suspension this week. A federal grand jury has indicted Sawyer on charges of theft, fraud, and money laundering. Federal prosecutors allege within days of taking office back in August of 2024, Sawyer began using public funds for her own expenses to the tune of $45,000. She faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. We'll be right back after this.
It is a day you want to have the umbrella nearby just in case, because there is going to be a potential of some pop-up thunderstorms, especially this afternoon and this evening, but they could really pop up at any point today. If you do see one, it could be on the heavy side, but not everybody is going to see a storm today. These are going to be more of these spotty pop-up downpours that park over one neighborhood and completely miss another. So some of us could see some sunshine at times. We'll get up to 87 with high humidity, but be aware you could see a little thunderstorm pop up at any point. And again, I think the better chance is here once we get after lunchtime, further into the afternoon and into the evening hours with about 40% coverage of those thunderstorms. So again, a mostly dry morning. There have been some sprinkles out there, but I do think closer to the noon hour, 1 o'clock, we see a couple of pop-up storms develop. And then through the afternoon and the evening, we will keep that chance in play. Notice it's not happening everywhere. This is not going to be a widespread downpour. These are those isolated little cells. But if they do pop up near you, again, they could be heavy. And I can't completely rule out a little bit of flash flooding if they just really park over your neighborhood for a while. Tonight, rain chances go down. I think it's a mostly dry night. I can't rule out a couple of lingering pop-up showers through maybe 10 p.m. or so. Otherwise, 72 degrees with a light northeasterly wind. Tomorrow and Saturday, I think we're mostly dry. Slight chance of a sprinkle, but odds are pretty low. Sunday and Monday, though, we're going to get back into that pattern of pop-up storms. So you average it out now through Monday, 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches of rain. But be aware, again, if that storm parks over you, you could get a little more than that. Something else is the humidity. It's already come up since yesterday. We're going to be much muggier through the weekend and likely into early next week. Remember, as the storms do develop today, you can track them with Live Radar 24/7. Just scan the QR code there on your screen or go on your smart TV and search ABC24. That's for your Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, Samsung. You can always watch our live broadcast and latest newscast there. You can also check the radar to see where those storms are popping up and if they could impact your plans. Again, through the day today, a chance of some pop-up storms. Not going to happen everywhere, but some of us could see a heavy downpour that leads to a little bit of flash flooding. Otherwise, a mix of sun and clouds, high of 87. Tomorrow looks mostly dry, but mostly cloudy, up to 85. Saturday, also a mostly dry day, but a slight chance of a shower, 87. And then some more pop-up storm chances returning for Sunday and Monday. Even slight chances continuing for Tuesday and Wednesday, albeit a little bit lower. Temperatures staying warm and muggy, mid to upper 80s for the next 7 days.
All righty, let's get another check of your traffic here now at 8:22. Does look like things are clearing up a little bit, moving slightly in the right direction. We'll start with the smaller issues there on the right. We've got a crash right north of 385. On Winchester, at South Germantown. That's right off 385 there. And then the crash in Capelville, Holmes at Malone, almost in over the state line in Mississippi. Those are both lower grade accidents, and hopefully they'll have those cleared up sooner rather than later. The big issue, however, is a slowdowns and stoppages as a result of a damage to the bridge at 240 Midtown. An off-ramp bridge has damage to it, and it's causing major delays there, as you can see. If you if that's part of your exit there, right at Union, if that's your commute, say, taking 240 and get off at Union to head somewhere, you're going to have some trouble and maybe go somewhere else, frankly, because there's damage to the off-ramp there, causing backups and delays, as you can see. Don't have word on exactly what has caused that, how severe it is necessarily, but as you can see, it is causing some backups there. So I would advise you to take an alternate route if that's part of your commute again. Don't know if that's connected to the orange or now yellow. All right, it looks like it's improving, so that's good. So that's your big issue right now. Again, off ramp there, 240 at Union. There's damage to it and it's causing delays. So we will try and get some more info about that. And as soon as we do, or regardless of what happens, we'll keep you updated. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break. This morning, in the run-up to Father's Day, we're meeting one croissant baker whose kids are showing how uncomplicated it can really be to bake. Well, the baking in his videos looks pretty complicated, but what helps is how simply adorable his kids are when they narrate whatever their dad is doing. Here's ABC's Danny New.
What kind of dough are you making? I think it's a Sebastian dough.
As Father's Day begins to proof for Sunday,
he's a poopy pants and I love him.
We're meeting a dad whose children love to both tell you about his baking and his nickname.
And then you also go by Mr. Poopy Pants?
Yep, that's what it says on my shirts.
Oh, fantastic. Nitch here owns a bakery in the Seattle area, and for the past 6 months,
you're watching a day of the life of our daddy. Welcome to his bakery.
These videos where his son and 2 daughters narrate their dad's kitchen routine have been picking up millions of views online. He may whip up a special croissant to celebrate the Seahawks.
Daddy makes baklava, and I love my daddy's baklava.
Or use his mother's baklava recipe from his family's Kurdish roots in northern Iraq.
When you put it all together, me and my wife will rewatch it 1,000,000 times. Their conversation, that's the best part.
But the journey here was not easy for Nitch. He was working full-time as a nurse when he bought this bakery almost a decade ago, and he did not have any formal training. To get to this point, Nitch says it was mostly trial and error and a whole lot of YouTube videos.
At the time, I had considered it the biggest mistake of my life.
However, he slowly found his niche through croissants, baklava, and pita bread.
This pistachio is really good, but the chocolate bitter.
And then everything changed in January when his 3-year-old rock star Malik grabbed his microphone to avoid going to bed one night. Now, Nitch says the store has gotten so busy he's even been able to hire more help so he can finally take more days off to spend with his family.
The bakery took so much away from me being with my kids, and now it's all about my kids. That's the biggest blessing that came out of all of this, was that it brought me back to my family.
We mentioned Malik, but I want to make sure we also shout out Aya, who is 6 years old, and then Mira, who just turned 10. Happy birthday, Mira. I'm sure her birthday cake was pretty decent. In New York, for ABC News, I'm Danny New.
Thanks for sticking with us here on 24 Plus. I'm Kevin McNamara, and we've also got Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett here with the forecast.
Not a bad start for our early Thursday morning. There are a couple of sprinkles out there, nothing too crazy right now, but you could run into a couple of raindrops early this morning. Certainly a muggy start. Temperatures already around 80 degrees for some of us. Now later this afternoon, that's when we're going to have a better chance for those pop-up thunderstorms. About a 40% shot. So it's not going to happen everywhere, but certainly after lunchtime today, there could be a couple of areas that run into an isolated heavy downpour. Again, this morning we're mostly dry. There's a couple of sprinkles, but nothing too serious right now. By lunchtime, though, a couple of thunderstorms already trying to develop, and then we see those isolated downpours for the afternoon and the evening hours. So again, not going to rain everywhere today, but there is at least that chance of a couple of isolated pop-up thunderstorms here and there. Low risk of flooding today. If you do happen to see a heavy thunderstorm that parks itself, you could see some isolated flooding on those roadways. Tomorrow, aside from some morning sprinkles, I think it's a mostly dry day, high of 85. Saturday looks good, very slight rain chance at 87. And then Sunday and Monday, we get back into a pattern where there could be a slightly better chance of some pop-up thunderstorms. So again, rain chance is kind of up and down over the next 7 days, but I do think by Sunday and early next week, they will see a peak there. High temperatures, they stay in the mid to upper 80s, and humidity likely to remain high for the next 7 days.
All righty, let's get another check of your traffic at 8:36. Looks somewhat similar to how we last left you with it, but we do have another crash over there on Riverdale at Quince Road. That's off to the on the right-hand side there. That is right near your other crash, just north of 385 at South Germantown and Winchester. So we've got a couple of different accidents there in that same region. That's that newest one, again, in Memphis, Riverdale at Quince. And then also still down at the bottom of your screen, Capleville Homes at Malone. That accident's been there for a little bit, almost over in the Mississippi state line. So we'll keep track of that one as well. Hopefully they'll have that cleared away soon as well. The big issue, though, again, that's been there for a little bit is now there's damage to the exit ramp, 240 in Midtown there, as you can see, the northbound exit ramp to Union. There's damage to it, causing delays and slowdowns in that part of the city, going back and stop and go traffic going back to South Parkway, as you can see. That is causing some delays. If that's your normal commute or your normal exit, I would advise you to maybe find an alternate route to get around there. Elsewhere, you can see you've got some slowdowns on I-40 westbound. Hopefully nothing significant, but that's largely it. Your commutes shouldn't be too impacted as long as, again, you're not taking that 240 northbound at Union exit. We'll keep track of these and everything else for you here throughout the show. And as soon as we get some updates, we will bring them to you. Meanwhile, the state's newly created Educational Oversight Board for MSCS is set to hold its first meeting this morning. The 9-member board will address concerns about the district's financial management and governance. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco is live, and he joins us with a look at what to expect. Ezekiel, what can you tell us?
Kevin, I can tell you that the state's Oversight Educational Board is meeting for the first time today in Nashville at 8:45. Again, we're going to be exclusively streaming this on ABC 24 Plus. So you're doing a great job by watching right now, but let's just break down where this all started. Again, the meeting comes after state leaders completed appointments to 9-member panels this week, including the House Speaker Cameron Sexton announcing the final member on Tuesday. And the board was created under a law that passed earlier this year that allows for the state to establish oversight boards for districts that meet certain management criteria. And again, the MSCS school district was the only school district within Tennessee that met this criteria. And more specifically, lawmakers pointed to concerns about the Memphis-Shelby County School District's financial management and governance. Now, that included a preliminary finding of a forensic audit that identified more than $1 million in waste and abuse. Now, the board is chaired by Tyrone Burrows and includes members appointed by Governor Bill Lee, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, and House Speaker Cameron Sexton. ABC 24 actually spoke to one board member before the meeting who says the biggest priorities will be improving student and teacher experience.
All of us want great teachers. We want smart students. We want academic levels to be increased. All of us want the same. We want great schools. and we have a big issue in deferred maintenance, which saps a lot of money. What do we do about that?
Supporters say that the board will bring additional accountability to the district, while critics have called the move a quote-unquote state takeover of a locally elected school system. Now, the board will oversee major district decisions for at least a minimum of 4 years. And during today's meeting, members are expected to discuss their role as an organization of the board and the next steps as they begin their work. And again, today's meeting marks the first official meeting that takes place after these 9 members have been appointed once again by, Lieutenant Governor McNally, as well as Governor Bill Lee and House Speaker, Sexton. But we're going to be streaming that, like I just mentioned, exclusively on ABC 24+. You're doing a great job. It's going to appear within the next few minutes. So we're going to get back to, again, the important stories that we're covering here in the Mid-South. Reporting live from the MSCS headquarters, I'm Ezekiel Telemaco, ABC 24 News.
All right, thank you, Ezekiel. Meanwhile, a Mississippi community is demanding transparency after an officer shot and killed a 1-year-old boy in a car. Cohen Wiley was shot and killed at the Walmart on Highway 51 in Senatobia last weekend. As investigators work to determine exactly what happened, Cohen's mother is sharing her side of the story. Alessia Wiley says she was riding in a car with her son and a friend when officers approached as they were leaving. According to Wiley, police were trying to stop her friend, who they suspected of shoplifting.
They tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came. And then when we was backing up, they was running out the come.
Wiley explained further in that video that when her friend started backing up, she hit another car, and that's when Wiley says officers fired multiple rounds into the vehicle, with one of those bullets hitting and killing Cohen.
By the time I sat my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh.
Wiley says she was never charged with any crime, and she's questioning the shoplifting claims, saying she hasn't been told anything about whether police got stolen items back. Attorneys representing the family of 1-year-old Cohen are calling for Senatobia police to release key video evidence. Van Turner is an attorney representing the civil rights groups, as well as Ben Crump, who are both on the case. He says the family wants the body camera, the dash camera, and Walmart security footage as they try to understand what happened better. Turner says the release of the video will help answer questions and give the community clarity.
We want to see the body cam footage from the officers. We also want to see the footage from Walmart. And the family is just wondering why the officer dispatched his service gun, knowing that there was a child in the car. This was a horrible tragedy. No 1-year-old child deserves to pass away from this earth like we've seen here in this case. So they're just asking for your prayers and they're asking for your support.
Turner says the family's legal team is continuing to work with attorney Ben Crump and expects to provide additional updates in the coming days. Mississippi investigators say they expect to release all body and dash cam footage once that investigation is complete. The son of longtime Memphis lawmaker G.A. Hardaway is settling into his new role at the state capitol, on building his own path while carrying on his father's legacy.
It's an honor and a duty, as a son, to make sure that all of the work that he's done to accumulate his community and rally people to participate in Memphis's growth, making sure that the name is consistent, making sure that he is permanent, both in Memphis and in the capital in Nashville.
Hardaway also hinted that an announcement about his political future could be coming soon. In fact, he's talking about it today at 11 at the Carter Malone Group on Madison Avenue. And we'll share the news with you as it happens during our midday newscast and streaming on 24+ right here. Also happening now, the newly formed board to oversee Memphis Shelby County Schools is meeting for the first time. Last month, Governor Bill Lee signed that bill into law to create the 9-member panel to address concerns in the district. ABC 24 is giving you a chance to watch that entire meeting right here on our stream. Let's take you inside now. Let's see how things are kicking off.
County Schools met, and thus the creation of the Educational Oversight Board. Today's meeting is going to be for the purpose, it's procedural and to make introductions, to choose leadership, and to have training as it relates to this meeting's work, this oversight board's work going forward. And so that'll happen here at today's first meeting so that we can begin the more important work in the weeks and months ahead. But I just broadly, first, for those of you who are on this board, thank you for your decision to invest your time and your energy and your passion toward this effort. I have long believed, and we all do, that every kid deserves to have the opportunity to succeed, and that education is key and crucial and primary in that opportunity for success. And there's been a lot of conversation about this board and its formation, and there's a lot of passion around its purpose and its ability to impact change. I think one of the reasons there's been so much controversy around it, or at least so much energy around it, is because people care deeply about these kids. No one who's interested in this board, whether regardless of your interest for whatever reasons, no one who's interested in it is interested for any other reason than the kids that live in Memphis, Shelby County. And from the day I came into office, we've looked at, invested in, had strategy for not only the school system in Shelby County, but public safety in Shelby County, economic development in Shelby County. We've seen incredibly positive, hopeful steps forward, but we should never stop because Memphis is a globally important city that matters significantly, if not one of the most important ways, to the future of Tennessee. This city has to thrive for Tennessee to continue to lead as it does, and to lead in the country. Memphis has to lead. And the only way Memphis is going to lead is if the next generation of Memphians are prepared to lead, and the next generation of Memphians are in Memphis Shelby schools. We all are committed to these children. This is a moment in time. It's not the answer. It is one step forward in another effort to continuously create improvement. I have a deep love for this city. My family's from here. My cousins live there. I grew up in Summers there. Everyone's heard me tell that story of riding bikes and off of Getwell and understanding how great this city is and believing that it can be even better than it ever was before. I think the work of this oversight board, together with the rest of leadership in Memphis, is an important piece of it becoming better than it ever has been before. Look, there have been teachers that have poured their lives out for decades in Memphis, Shelby County schools to make certain that these kids have opportunity. There have been leaders for decades all across this city and all across the county that have poured themselves into it, and many of them sitting around this table. There's been a lot of work in the right direction for a long time, but we haven't gotten there. We have not gotten there, and we all agree on that. And this is an opportunity for us to take another important step toward getting there. Now, what I would say, my encouragement to those sitting here at this table is that this is very, but you all know this, but there's a reason why it's been so hard, because it's really hard work. And there are really difficult decisions, and there's leaning into and pressing into this, pressing into it seriously with a desire to figure out how the bureaucracy has failed these kids. Individuals haven't failed them as so much as a system and a bureaucracy has failed them. And we have to break through that. And that is not easy to do. If it were, it would have happened a long time ago. But there's a bunch of kids right now in first grade and second grade and third grade and fourth grade in Memphis that desperately hope that we will cut through the politics of things, cut through the struggles that it takes, set those things aside that people disagree upon, and remind ourselves of what we do agree upon. Is those kids in first and second and third grade desperately need us to make hard decisions and to break through the bureaucratic and systemic challenges that have faced this school system. And it will, just like so many things that are happening in Memphis, it will be a model for what can happen. Because there are cities all across the country who face this very same challenge that we face. And, but we're a little different, I believe, and in that we have the ability to push through and make change. So as you can tell, I'm very passionately excited about this because I love this city, that city, this city, our city. And I have been pretty passionately focused on opportunity for kids in education. It's looked a lot of different ways in this state, but right now, this is what it looks like for me. This is the most important thing we can do in education in this state right now. And we should lean in starting today. So I know I'm saying that to a bunch of people who wouldn't be sitting here if you didn't feel the same way. And many of you have been working on this long before I came along, way before I got here. This stuff mattered to you, and you've been focused on it. So thank you for your work here. And I will, with that, I'll turn it over to you, Nisha, to begin the process of organizing this effort.
Thank you,
I will not
Governor.
be staying in long, but I do want to sit into the beginnings of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Before we proceed to election of the officers, we will conduct a roll call and provide each member an opportunity just to introduce themselves briefly. So when I call on your name, would you please just indicate that you're present and briefly introduce yourself, maybe including your current role, a little bit of background and experience that you might like for the board to know about you. So with that said, we'll now call the roll. Dedrick Brittenham.
Present. Here.
Would you like to say anything?
Sure. I'm a lawyer in Memphis and Shelby County. I've been in practice for over 40 years and have a real interest in, as the governor said, moving Memphis forward, making Memphis a part of the global community.
And Tyrone Burrows.
Present. My name is Tyrone Burrows. I am the president and CEO of First Choice Sales and Marketing Group, a Memphis-based company. We have been around for about 4 decades, and I'm really grateful for the trust that you have placed in me, Governor Lee, and so thank you for your confidence and the opportunity to be able to serve, because I recognize that in order for Memphis to be successful, our students have to be successful. And in order for our students to be successful, we have to have a great school system. So I'm ready to roll up my sleeve and work with everybody here in the room to make sure that every child have an opportunity to have a world-class education from a world-class school system.
Thank you. Dorsey Hobson.
Good morning, Dorsey Hobson. I'm a partner at City Fund and former superintendent for the Memphis and Shelby County Schools. And let me zero out and just first of all, again, thank you, Governor Lee, I mean, when I met you 8 years ago, you talked about how important education was throughout the state, and all of your actions have shown that you meant what you said. I also just want to thank you and the speaker and the lieutenant governor for really putting together an exceptional group of Memphians. And even though David's not a Memphian,
Originally.
I know him to be exceptional too. So I'm just excited about the work. It's going to be the hardest thing that we've ever done. But I know this group is going to have the courage and the faith and the stick to it to get it done. So just thank you, Governor, for putting this together.
David Mansuri.
Present. Good morning. My name is David Mansuri. I am a native Tennessean, as Beverly said. I was actually born in Memphis, but grew up in Williamson County, and I have the honor today of serving as president and CEO of the State Collaborative on Reforming Education, also known as SCORE. SCORE is an independent nonprofit organization with the mission of ensuring that all Tennessee students are prepared for success. And we are, as an organization, laser focused on improving student outcomes from kindergarten through career. It's been really my privilege for the last decade and a half or so of supporting student-centered innovations and best practices in Tennessee, including in work in Memphis and Shelby County. And as others have said, I certainly believe that the work of the board, this board, presents an opportunity to really take a comprehensive look at public education in Memphis and make certain that it's delivering what students and families deserve. So I just would say I'm grateful and appreciate Speaker Sexton's confidence in appointing me to this board. Thank you, Governor, for your charge and your passion and commitment to improving educational outcomes for our students. Looking forward to the work ahead.
Shana McKinney.
Good morning, President. My name is Shana McKinney. I am a pharmacist by training. As a mother of a 9-year-old, soon-to-be 4th grader, this work couldn't be more important for my individual family, but also our entire community. I'm grateful for you, Governor Lee, for your commitment to Memphis, and particularly economic development and education. As Dorsey mentioned, with the collective that we have around this table, I know we can do great things. I'm also grateful for our local leadership and Representative White, as well as Brent Taylor, for championing this effort. What we do today and over the next 4 years will be transformational. I am confident that the outcomes that we are able to deliver through this charge you have given us will be a renaissance for Memphis that we very much all deserve as a community. So again, thank you.
Thank you. And Oracle.
President, Governor, I want to thank you and the Lieutenant Governor and our Speaker of the House for putting together such a great group of people that most of you are all acquainted with each other, which is fantastic, and look forward to working with each and every one of you. And I want to thank my good friend, Representative Mark White, and Senator Brent Taylor for also taking on this effort. And I was on the school board. I run a company called Tower Ventures. We build cell towers around the country. But I've served on the school board for 11 years, and I was appointed when the state intervened and we did a merger. And we ended up doing a demerger, and I chaired the board then. And I remember saying when I was selected that while we were doing this, that it was important for me for Memphis to be a place, or Shelby County, that my kids wanted to live in, not just come visit. And I think 5 or 6 people said it before, it's kind of a tipping point here. And you alluded to it yourself, Governor, that if we don't get this right, then we're going to lose the brains, the talent, the people that have made our city great and have created such great companies like FedEx and AutoZone, Holiday Inns, and there's countless others. And that's going to be gone. I think we'll lose that if this board and this group doesn't do everything in our power to make this work. So again, thank you for including me, and I hope that I live up to your expectations, and appreciate it.
Thank you. Beverly Robertson.
Yes, good morning. I'm Beverly Robertson. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Trust Marketing, a firm that my husband and I started 35 years ago. And now I've got second generation leadership coming on board. And I do want you to know something that most people don't know about me. They may know me at the National Civil Rights Museum and the Chamber, but what you didn't know is that I taught school in Memphis City School System at Florida Elementary School, really high-risk area at the time. I have 3 children who attended Memphis City Schools, and they all have great jobs, one working at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. The other 2 are in the business. And then I would also say that my daughter taught school for 20 years at 3 schools in Memphis. So I care deeply about what happens to our children. And the reason I care deeply is because when I led the chamber, I realized that the whole environment was changing. Technology is anchoring everything, and I fear that our children are not going to have the skills for high-paying, in-demand jobs. And we cannot allow that. We can't allow that. So for me, it's on. And the other thing that I would say is that we have an opportunity to shape the future of Memphis. And I know that 100,000 kids are in the school. I don't have a blood child there, but all of them are my kids now. And I'm firmly committed to doing the best that I can, along with my colleagues, to make a tremendous difference in the life of our kids. The future of Memphis and the region depends on this work.
Beautiful, thank you. Karen Vogelsang.
Very good on the last name. Good morning. My name is Karen Vogelsang. I am present. I currently serve as a literacy advisor for an early childhood project on a national level, but I think the most important thing to know about me is I was an educator in Memphis for 15 years. I was called to the classroom from 14 years in banking. I spent 10 of my 15 years teaching in Fraser, 1st through 4th grades. And I always told my students, you can become anything that you want to be as long as you can read. And so my passion is very similar to Beverly's and everybody else at this table, which I'm so honored to be a part of this amazing group. We have to right the ship. We have to help children learn to read so that they have opportunity in life, so that they have choice. And the early childhood years are the foundational years. And I'm currently working in Whitehaven right now, and I have 4th graders that can't read the word "an," A-N. So this work is so critically important. Governor Lee, I want to thank you for investing in this and the time that you've spent. Mark, I can't thank you enough for all the work that you've done to make this happen. And I'm excited to see what we all can do as a group to make a difference, not just for our children, but for the families and for the Shelby County community as a whole. So this is a true blessing, and I'm very appreciative. So thank you.
Thank you. And you, Nisha Powers. And I'm present, actually. And I'm going to claim myself a Memphian. I'm married a Memphian, and married him 30 years ago and moved to Memphis and have been immersed in the community and love my city. And I am a mom, so I am passionate about this. I want all kids to have the same level of opportunity for success and growth and to participate as citizens. And Governor, just a deep gratitude to you for what you have done in bringing this amazing group together along with Representative White and others. I'm just humbled to be at this table with you and these great folks who we've all heard from, and it's just an incredible amount of knowledge and passion that's at this table. I'm just grateful for that. I'm actually a daughter of 2 educators, lifelong educators, so this is just part of my blood. And one of the things that I've really been compelled by lately is that I was appointed by you to the Tennessee Board of Regents, and I know that trades is a huge importance to you. And I can just tell you that when asked to serve on this board, the thing that really got me was seeing the connection between K through 12 and the Tennessee Board of Regents, and being able to just get them from that spot to this spot and then on to life and great success. And the investment that you made of $1 billion to make sure that that happens for our state, but also just, an $80 million investment in just TCAP Memphis alone. These are things that our education system can, it can be just such a a place for them to start and grow and thrive. And so I'm just excited about that. And I've served on that board for 6 years and I've just seen and met the students and watched their growth. And I want that for every student in Memphis, whether they go on to a four-year college or whether they decide to do something else. The opportunities are there and you've helped make that happen. And I'm just grateful to you for that. And my day job is that I'm owner of a civil engineering firm in Memphis. We're just a small firm, humble, but we do good work. And I'm just thrilled to be at this table and beginning this work. So, and I think I said I'm present, but yes. So we are, yes.
Comment before I'm gonna step out next. I'm just going around the table and listening to the introductions of people that I already knew, but being reminded that this effort, I was talking to Mayor Young yesterday about this meeting and my hope for our city and our mutual excitement about what's coming, not just with this work here, but what's ahead for the school system in Memphis, what's ahead for economic development in Memphis, what's ahead for public safety in Memphis. We talked together about all of those things and what are the steps forward, this being an important one. But as I listen to each one of you, I'm reminded too that the General Assembly, in particular, Speaker Sexton, Lieutenant Governor McNally, both who I have a great deal of respect for and have worked with for 8 years now. And Mark White being the most passionate local representative for this school system. This is a collective effort. Appointments from both speakers and our appointments. It really is a collective effort of people that care. And there were some more advocates that just walked in the door, and people that I met early on that sat down with me, and like I've met early on with just about every single person at this table, and said, "Man, these children matter, and we have to break through, and we have to do what needs to be done." I believe, again, I said it before, I believe this is a moment in time for Memphis, Shelby County Schools that we get to participate in, and we can't miss this opportunity. And I'm even more excited than when I started speaking this morning because I'm reminded of the people and the enthusiasm and the capacity that each one of you have to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much. So. Thank you, everyone. Let the record reflect that 9 members are present and a quorum has been established. And on behalf of the governor, I want to thank everyone for their willingness to serve. So individuals present today who wish to provide public comment should sign the public comment sheet that's located at the back table prior to the start of the meeting. Public comment will be taken prior to adjournment, and speakers will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. So the next item on the agenda is the election of officers, and
I'd like to suggest that we start the time-honored tradition of saying Pledge of Allegiance.
I love that. Thank you, Mr. Brittenham. Would you like to lead us in that?
You can all say it.
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Brittenham. The board chair must elect a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary, and I'm happy to facilitate this portion of the meeting for the election of the chair. And we'll hand off the proverbial gavel over to the chair for the election of the remaining officers. So if there's no objection, I recommend that we proceed with approval with just a simple majority. Is that acceptable to all? Great, thank you. And if there's any objection? Okay, hearing none. Also, as we move to the election of the chair, if there's no objection, I recommend that we set an initial term of 1 year for the chair. Is that acceptable to everyone? And is there any objection? Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for nominations for chair. Mr. Hobson.
So I'd like to recommend Billy Orville as chair, and colleagues, if I may. I can recall 2013 when the Memphis and Shelby County schools went through what is still known as the largest school merger in U.S. history. And I'm thinking about all the chaos and all the things that we went through back then, and Billy stepped up and showed strong leadership. But what I liked about him as a chair too was he wasn't a dictator. He always created the space for everybody to bring their best ideas so that the group could reach consensus. And I think that's the exact kind of leadership we need right now. So I recommend or nominate Billy Orville.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, the nominations have been closed. So with that, I'm going to just we're not going to do a roll call vote if we would just do a voice vote unless you've got.
Well, but just one question on the
Yes.
term. Is that by acclamation? Everyone agrees to that? Or do you want to vote on that?
We can, if you'd like, would you like to make a motion on that? And we can make it a vote, and that way there's no question about it later. If you prefer to do it that way.
I move that the term of the chair shall be 1 year.
Users, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much. Is there anything else, Mr. Britton, that we could?
Maybe the dates that it should terminate June 30th.
Okay, so, do you want to make that a separate motion, or do you want to do that as an amendment to that motion?
We can all agree on that. That'd be-
Yeah, okay.
Acclamation.
Okay, so 1 year from today's date.
I was thinking the 30th of June.
30th. Okay.
30th of June.
Okay, thank you. And everyone is in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So with no other nominations, we'll just do a voice vote on the nomination that's before us for Billy Orville to serve as chair. Motion made by Dorsey Hobson and seconded by, am I remembering that correctly? Yes, thank you. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion carries. With that, Mr. Chairman, I hand the floor over to you.
Might I say you did a great job, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate you guys selecting me as chair, and I promise I'll work as hard as I can and do the best job for the children of Shelby County. And my wife, Robin, you said 30 years. I think I'll be 36 this year.
Yeah.
She's not going to appreciate this much. If you're watching. Anyway, I appreciate that. And I was going to make a comment, but I'll wait. Let's move on to the selection of the vice chair. And I'd like to open up the floor for nominations for the vice chair. And just raise your hand. Nisha Bowers, please.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Shana McKinney for vice chair.
Are there other nominations from the floor? Can I ask you a favor?
Yes.
Would you, in the meantime, write, and would you keep up with
Yes.
the?
I can
the
do
meeting?
this.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you
I
very
got
much.
you, absolutely.
I didn't mean, you've been absolved of your responsibilities. Now you gotta.
I know, you just wrote me back in. That's it.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Dorsey Hobson made the second. All in favor of the motion to make Shana McKinney the vice chair, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that carries. Congratulations.
Thank you for the trust. Thank you.
The next position we have open would be the position of secretary. And I will open up the floor for nominations for secretary.
Mr. Chair, if she is willing, I nominate Nisha Powers.
Close it.
She counted again. So we've got a motion by Dorsey Hobson and a second by Shana McKinney. And are there any other nominations from the floor? Seeing none, let's do a vote. All in favor of the motion to have Nisha Powers as our secretary, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And you are new secretary, so congratulations.
You already in position. Already working, Nisha.
Doing this.
Somehow I didn't know this was gonna happen, so it would have worked out great that, you're already in the chair doing it, but thank you very much. I wanted to say, a couple of things. And one, the governor, and I wish he hadn't left the room, but I attended an event with the governor and a lot of other people, but it was, the last event. It was a business leadership council, and Joseph was there. Jason may have been there. I don't remember, but and people went around and talked about what a great person, and he's the kind of person that we want our kids to be, and that actually we want to be. And one of the stories I remember, and I think the governor is in the commercial HVAC heating and vac air conditioning business, and he was on the board of the state board that approved vendors. And a young man came in, one truck, wanted to get approved, but he didn't have a sponsor. And so they dismissed him. The governor, he was Bill Lee at the time, not Governor Bill Lee, walked outside, talked to the guy for a few minutes, asked him about what he did, and invited him back in, brought his name back up and said, I'll be a sponsor. Didn't know him. And if you know him, and Jason, you know him well, his involvement in prison ministry. And he told a great story, which I won't tell because he needs to tell it, about somebody that he did a similar thing to that remembered him. And so we were, I know he's not sitting here anymore, but, and he'll be out of office in January, but I think our state's been very fortunate to have someone like him, someone who cares about Memphis on top of it, didn't just play lip service to it. And you alluded to it, and others did too. And it's just fantastic. I was just going to say, together, that I thought we should have one goal, which, and all of y'all said it. And so I probably don't need to say it, but it's to improve the educational outcomes of our students. And Dorsey knows it better than anybody. That we get bogged down in the politics of what's going on. But the great thing about this is we all were appointed by the lieutenant governor, the speaker, the governor, and they're the elected officials. They appointed us, and they appointed us to go do our job. And they gave us Dedrick and I talked about it this morning. Again, I said, I reread the statute. They gave us kind of a framework on what to do on the, as we move forward. And it's not move right, left. They gave us a framework. This is what you need to do. We've got objectives. Our school system is failing in probably all the categories. I think there were 6 that were listed, and but at least 4. And we need to do something about that. But we're not politicians. We're not elected officials. We answer to the students of this community and our responsibility to them. I thought back that, and we've had 2 presidents who tried to tackle education. Karen, if I get it wrong, there was No Child Left Behind, which was President Bush. Correct. And then President Obama.
Race to the top.
Race to the top. To me, we can comment, there were failures. And I remember President Bush's goal was to have everybody, let's say it was in 2003, 2004, the time frame. He stood there with Edward Kennedy of blessed memory, and they worked together on the bill. And the goal was to have children reading on grade level. And so that would have taken a kindergartner, and in 2015, they'd have run on grade level. We know what it is in Shelby County. And I think that we've got 9% of the students that go to an A school graded. We've got 35%, Karen just talked about it when she introduced herself, that can't read. She talked about 4th graders that couldn't say AM and or couldn't read AM. And we've got 35% of people kindergarten students not ready to move on, 31% chronically absent. And we have to have the will to do something about that. I talked to our district attorney at one time about it. She said, if I prosecuted parents who had chronically late children, I couldn't prosecute the criminals. But what they're doing is not criminal in that sense, but it's wrong for the students of our community for them not to be in school and learning. And I know, I saw my friend Sarah Carpenter back there, and she knows that more than anybody. 25% English language arts. Can't do it. So let me ask you a question. How can you, in family of teachers, my mom was a teacher from Morristown, Tennessee, taught at Memphis School. My wife Robin taught at Greenwood. But how can you expect an 11th grader to take the ACT if they can't read? It's just not going to happen. At Dorsey, we fought that for years on the school board. 21% in math. I know your iPhone lines back there can do math, but we all need to know how to say, 2 + 2, 4 + 4, 8 times 8, 64. We need to be able to do that. And finally, our graduation rate is abysmal, 83%. And this group doesn't have to massage the numbers. We can tell the truth to the community about what's really going on in the school system. And the communities, the school system is going to have to answer to us on these things, and we can demand change. And I think this is historic. And there's been a lot of efforts wasted and money and time wasted. We don't have to do that. We can move forward and do great things for our community. And with that, I just want to remember one goal: improve. Let's improve, and we can come up with other things we need to do, but let's keep it simple. And I think we'll be there. So I'm flying a little blind here, and Nisha did a very good job of putting an agenda together. And thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
What is the source of your information and should that information be distributed to the board?
I think Dorsey forwarded me some information. And I knew it, and I think you can read the report card for the school system on all that. And Dorsey, when you forwarded it to me, was it
Yeah,
on the state report card?
Yeah, it's just all public.
It's all public. So I think everybody who's involved in education in this room knows those stats, but I think we can do that. And that brings up a very good point. And I was going to ask our secretary, we have to have a way to communicate. And I understand that we're not going to be given 10.gov emails. So we might need to come up with some way to communicate. Now imagine people's work emails don't want the traffic that, like what you said, maybe Dorsey can forward that information, but we don't want to clog up our work emails with that. So we probably need to discuss that, or probably one of the first things.
And I
we need to
just
do. Shandy, go ahead.
share, my apologies, just to kind of carry your thought forward of how we get this information. I think that we should also commit to our own transparency as a body to our community, right? And make them, build the trust of the foundation of the work and help them come along with us in this journey. So if there's a way for us to be accessible, or the work that the plans that we lay out to be accessible, I think that might be really important to our community and parents and teachers alike, so that maybe they even also have some feedback that they could share that could inform this work going forward.
I think by maybe even a website
Exactly.
where that's got our information on it, which should be public by all means.
Absolutely.
I was going to actually, so does anybody else have any other comments? I was going to, the next thing, and I think, Nisha, I think you had a hand in help laying this out, but one thing we really need to get started on is what we're going to do. I mean, everyone in this room has another job. We're appointees of this, so we've got to have a director or somebody to run it. We've got to decide the decisions. We've got a 90-day window, if I read the statute,
Yes.
Dedrick, right? That we've got to come up with a plan. And I think that, and we're allowed to hire up to 3 employees. I'm unclear whether one of those could come from the system and I just have to read it again. Maybe I'll.
Not acting as the board's lawyer, however.
Oh, where is it?
However, the way I read it, it sounds like we can hire 4, and we can also volunteer one of the school board's staff members. So that's actually 4 people.
I read it a few times this morning, but it was like 5:30 in the morning, so I didn't.
Right. So a total of 4, with 1 coming from the school system now.
So with that, I was going to suggest that we develop an executive and governance committee, and let me run over what has been suggested on this. And I think that there's a collaboration between the governor's office, the speaker's office, lieutenant governor's office, and maybe others, what the executive committee would do in governance committee: develop meeting agendas, recommend bylaws and governance policies, review ethics and conflict of interest matters, ensure compliance with open meetings and public record requirements, oversee board orientation and training, oversee executive director recruitment and evaluation, and exercise authority delegated by the full board when necessary. So, I was going to suggest that the 3 elected members form the executive committee, as well as Dorsey Hobson and Karen Vogelsang. And so that would put Billy Orville, Shana McKinney, Nisa Powers, Karen Vogelsang, and Dorsey Hobson on the executive committee. I think there's going to be a lot for us to handle. If you've read the legislation, the budget, someone correct me if I'm wrong, is approaching $2 billion. Correct. And so I remember being on the board and we're voting on tissue or pizza. So there's, and all that stuff, when you talk about 100,000 students times the number of items for a school year, it adds up. And sometimes there'll be 40 or 50 things. So I think we need some way to bring that down, and that's going to be on the board level too. We don't need to call a meeting to do all that. And some of it, I believe, is deemed approved if we don't get back to them in 15 days, if I read it right. I have to read again. So anyway, the executive committee is a good idea. And then I'm hoping that we can assign stuff to other people as we go along. So may I get a motion to approve the committee appointment to the executive and governance committee? That would be our first committee.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any other discussion on it? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that passes, and thank you. We've got other committees, and I think Shana brought this up, and the executive and governance was on the agenda under general committees, but you made a very good committee choice, which I think is most important, is community support and engagement. And I think that's important for people to do. I didn't go, because I didn't have time to think about it, and say, hey, who would like to do this? And I think we can handle that. And we'll ask what we're allowed to do. That's not, if something could go around and say which committee we want to be on, because that's not making a decision. So I just want to make sure we follow the open meetings, but we're going to have a discussion about that. And that was important.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Who would be responsible for hiring the staff? Would that be done at the executive level, or would there be a personnel committee set up to hire the staff?
So I'm a little flying blind, but I would think that we would have a personnel committee, which is probably what you're suggesting, and then probably come to the full body or something like that. I think that's important. I think we're going to be with this person for a long time, we hope, and we need to have buy-in on who that is. And so, that's always, because I don't think, I think we just got so much, we're going to be drinking out of a fire hose, that we've got so much that we've got to spread out the responsibility. There's only 9 of us, 3 or 4 employees, however that works out. So good suggestion, and I agree. I think community support and engagement, obviously operations and finance, and leadership, meaning leadership beyond us, what happens at the school level. Facilities so important. I don't know if you all follow the school board, but I remember statistics on that there were 147 buildings, and this is dated information, that were over 40 years old. I mean, anybody here live in an old house?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what you're dealing with. And come think of my house again, old. But there's 147, and now and they've done a needs assessment, but we were never, because politically never could do what we need to do to right size the system. And so, the teachers amongst us, it was great. Did you teach elementary school?
I taught special ed. Tough. Tough.
And that's important. And we need to,
Very. Yeah.
but you can't offer services. Sped classes are one of them at a location if you don't have the students. If you've got an elementary school that, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, should have about 600 to 800 students in it, you've got 212. You can't have the programs. You can't have the principal, the assistant principal. You can't have the gym class. You can't do any of this stuff. You need the counselors, which is so important because of the experiences our children have. So anyway, the facilities are very important. And then the most important, I went by yours first because you made the suggestion, is academics, because that's why we're all here. And that's going to be very important. So that's just a suggestion. There may be others, and the body can handle some of them, and we don't have to handle that today. I'm open to suggestions on that. So, yes,
So
ma'am.
just to get a summary of what you just noted. So in addition to the Executive and Governance Committee, the ones that you're recommending are community support and engagement. Is that correct? Thank you. Am I supposed to be able to read this?
Oh, give me that. So, just a little aside.
I have a list.
Okay.
Give me, go ahead.
Community support and engagement, personnel committee, operations and finance, leadership,
Yes.
facilities, and
Got
academics.
it. That's what I have. I just wanted to make sure everybody was listening.
So I'm a proud graduate of Richland Elementary, and my third grade teacher, they were in pods,
Do you know her name?
Miss Clark.
Good job.
And, but you don't want to hear the reason why.
It's either positive or negative.
No, I was writing cursive. I think that's when you learn third grade.
You're supposed to.
I write in block. And Nisha pointed out why, and it's still bad. I was writing cursive. It was so bad. She went out in the hall. I watched her, showed it to another teacher. They laughed. I never wrote cursive again.
Oh.
It didn't scar me. It did not. I just didn't have to write. I write in cursive.
This broke my heart.
Mr. Chairman, can you expound a little bit on facilities? I know when you say facility, I understand what you're talking about, but would school closure come under facility?
I think, and I think it's for the group to decide. I was just making broad suggestions. And the board, to their credit, and the current administration came up with a plan, the elected board. And that'll be up to us to decide if that's quick enough. Because there were 15 schools over 5 years. I don't recall the exact number. There may be others in the room. Sarah Carpenter, Mark Sturgis, former superintendent may know, but it could be greater than that. Because there's 100,000 students, there's 10,000, I want to make sure I do fewer and less, right? There's 10,000 fewer students than there were 4 years ago. So if you look at a 600 spot school, that's 15 schools, 16 schools right there that are under capacity. We're just spreading our young people around. And I can think of a school that we voted to close 4.5 years ago that they decided to repurpose. It was supposed to be torn down. It's 60 years old and they're spending money on it. So I think that's important to look at that. I would say Tyrone, school closures would be under facilities. But they're also, give credit's due. Most people in this room didn't know that Shelby County had before it was Memphis, there was Memphis and Shelby County. They were in one building on Hollywood and Avery. I think of Avery side street. Dorsey remembers this. This wasn't a Ronald Reagan moment, but I tried to walk over from Memphis City Schools to Shelby County while we were doing the merger. And they had a wall in between. And I said, y'all gotta take that wall down because everybody's got to work together. There was actually a wall, no door in it. There was a wall in one of the hallways. Tower 9, kid you not. And but they couldn't walk. You have to walk outside.
It's not like.
And come around. And Shelby County Schools had built a headquarters out on Houston 64, on 64 that no one even knew about. And it never really got occupied.
For a very short period of time.
Yeah, and the operations were so far flung, people would go out there, I remember this, and hide at every board meeting and say, we sold that, we closed it, no, we're still using it for this, we're still using it for that. Finally, I think they sold it this year after 12, 14 years. But
You know, I'd like to also suggest that we have a technology committee. One of the most important things that I worry about is having our kids technologically savvy, because that is the future and the future is now. So,
I think that's important. It's also gonna be important technology because we have, my last report, there's maybe 17 different systems, and Bobby may know that, in the school system that don't talk to each other. Meaning when you need a piece of data, you can't get it, and you may not.
There's so much data.
yeah.
It's too much. In all honesty, as a teacher, it's too much. I can remember going back to one of my principals saying, which one of these am I supposed to follow?
Where's the source of truth?
So that's
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
important.
So which way do I go, George?
I
Yeah.
have just one other question, and I keep my mouth closed.
No, don't.
No.
Are we gonna have legal counsel?
So
That's the other thing.
I think that was part of the negotiation, but so let's hold that one second. That'll be the next thing we'll do. But, we've got some committees. Should we start with that framework? We can always change, add. There's only 9 of us, so we're gonna wear different hats. Can we at least, yes, Nisha?
Just in addition to academics, does that include attendance
Um,
and absenteeism? Or should that be, because that's
yeah, I guess
high priority
it
for
goes
me.
across a lot of, because
Leadership too.
with technology,
Leadership.
you could track it.
Is that operations at all?
It's leadership, it's operations.
It's kind of everything.
Yeah.
It touches
And
everything.
it touches everything, but
You don't
what
wanna
is it
lose it.
predominantly
Sure.
fall into?
That's
Mr. Chair, because this is so extraordinary and there's so many different areas I know that we have deep thoughts about, maybe we recommend maybe starting there, and then I guess we start there, get input from everybody and figure out like all the council committees. 'Cause
Okay, and we might combine them, because some of them might be
Yes.
overlap, like technology,
that's
a great
right.
example, may need to come under operations and finance.
Or
But there
academics.
also needs to come, technology needs to be part of the academic part of it
Yes.
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it,
There's overlap.
Yeah, technology.
so there's overlap there. We'll figure that out.
And, you know, when you think about operation and finance, that's big, right? Shouldn't we split them up rather than having them both together?
That's a great point.
You're talking $2
That's a
billion,
great point.
so.
I think the challenge is if we end up having 19 committees and we have 9 people, so we gotta
Yeah.
make sure we don't,
Not spreading it.
yeah,
Yeah, but
just
we
that
need-
they're overarching. And then under them, maybe we have subcommittees that need to address specific things.
And we'll bring, I envision that we bring in experts.
Yes.
I'm like, I wouldn't be shy about calling, I don't mean to call him out, but Rob Carter, who was, and which we've shunned community experts from my experience. I mean, think about the people at AutoZone and FedEx. They at AutoZone and FedEx that could help us. So, and other places, International Paper, First Horizon, not leaving any of those out there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand there are other boards like this one in throughout the country. I would suggest we see how those boards are organized and use that as a template if we want to for these various committees. And no sense in reinventing the wheel. We just see what's successful in other parts. Houston has one. I think Cleveland has one.
Fort Worth may have one.
So let's take a look at those organizations, how they're set up and their committee set up, and then see if it matches what we're talking about now.
Representative White right there offered to connect me with, or us, with Mike Miles. I think he was the HISD, but I don't know what they call their oversight committee. Yeah, so, so I think it's important. We just hadn't had enough,
Right.
but I agree with you. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Well, let's run with these committees that we had, and let's get a motion on the floor. So, is there a second?
Yeah.
Sure, it's fine.
So name the committees that we
Oh,
are
we can do that.
considering, because we talked about a bunch of them, so,
I can read those for you if you want.
yes.
So we already, we started with the Executive and Governance Committee that was established, it seemed like. But the ones that we've discussed and Chair has recommended with input from others has been community support and engagement. Personnel Committee. Operations and Finance. Leadership. Academics. Facilities. technology.
You know, it feels like to me, if you're going to combine something with operations, it would be facility rather than finance.
Okay. And that narrows down the committee. Does anybody have objection to that?
It's changing
I just-
into operations
yeah.
and facilities and then a separate
Right.
finance.
I just think finance is, I mean, it's a big, it's a big deal, and I just think it should be a separate committee all by itself.
Does anybody have objection to that? I know we had a motion, but we didn't get a second to it yet. So let's go back through those. If we've done a little adjustment.
Yeah. So what was suggested was that instead of operations and finance, you have operations and facilities, and then finance as a separate. So do you want me to summarize it one more time?
Sure.
Just for the.
Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. So we start with Executive and Governance Committee. We will have a Community Support and Engagement Committee, Personnel Committee, Operations and Facilities Committee, a Finance Committee, Academics Committee, Leadership Committee, and Technology Committee.
One other comment. And can we name that committee Finance and Audit? Because I'm sure that there's going to be an audit.
I think we're probably going to hear from somebody about that. So that's a good.
And Mr. Chair, just the more Mr. Burrows talks about, I may be thinking about like facilities and operations, like, should those be two separate committees? But so we don't get by that, like, we can come back in a minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we just need to get started. We gotta, sometimes when you write a speech, you just gotta throw something on paper.
Right.
And then move the words around. And so I think we're gonna have some of that. Did anybody else have any other comments? We had a motion by Dorsey Hobson. Was there a second?
Second.
Beverly Robinson, second.
Mr. Chairman, just subject to, our review of committee organizations with the other oversight boards in the country. So that's not carved in stone with this, but we can, when we see how other systems are organized and if they fit into this, fine, or if we can fine tune this.
I think I think everybody agreed with that. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? I should have abstained. And motion carried. Just a question, just for a lot of time. And I don't know if we go by what our rules are, and this is gonna be important. I want to talk to the attorney before we ask, our comptroller to come up. We gotta talk about the legal thing for a moment. Do we on public comments, there's something that you typically read, or do we make our own rules that it's 30 minutes and 3 minutes a person? Or are we following, because I think that may be some of the state rules, but we're gonna have to adopt, there's got to be some rulemaking.
Yeah.
And we'll probably need some help, Deborah. And I don't want to ask you that, but what I'm saying is we probably need to follow some format on the rulemaking from another state agency, because there's all kinds of things about personnel, and how you call meetings, and it gets extensive. But I don't know, and I don't know if the comptroller is right when to ask if that has to go back to the state legislature, or there's a rules, try to remember, and it'd be approved. So I don't know if we're operating that way or how we're, but these are questions we can ask you in a moment. Legal part. I don't think we're going to be able to move anywhere without legal authority. And I'm glad you brought that up. I think we're going to talk about it later, but we're going to have someone representing us. I know that the current board of Shelby County Schools has their own legal representation, but we all need to be protected as well. And the great work that we're going to be doing together. And I'm so glad you said that, Tara. But we need to figure out a way to proceed with that. And I don't know that it's a very short-term committee type arrangement, but you're an attorney, You're an attorney, that's not an insult. Is there any other attorneys in on this?
So it seems to me that since they have, they're gonna have some arduous responsibilities because they may need to lead specific committees, I would suggest that we consider subcontracting legal support. And maybe we ought to do
I'm not
that.
hiring, no, I was going there. I was going
Okay,
there.
because I was just.
I was gonna ask them and maybe our vice chair if y'all would, as an ad hoc committee, because we need, this has to be done pretty quickly.
Yeah, immediate.
And, I think, are we authorized, we start work July 1, and then fiscal stay here, okay. So I think we need somebody, but is that,
Well, is that official, that it starts July 1?
Well, that's when we were supposed to be seated.
we got a thumbs up from our state representative. So if that's the case, if we could do that we need, could y'all put your heads together on this? So I gotta ask you, our comptroller, that's a personnel issue. Does that need to be, is that subject to Open Meetings Act?
We're gonna have a whole presentation on that in just a minute.
Okay, so so I was gonna, if y'all would accept, please, to handle that, then, let's go through this opening, then that's gonna bring a bunch of questions, because I actually came with a list
But
of
you'll
questions.
likely need to bid that work out,
Yes.
solicit a proposal and
Yeah.
get that out.
So, would you like to come take the governor's seat, please? I think everybody knows you, but please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all very much. Those of you who have stepped up to serve on this board, the task is monumental, and I know you know that, and you're still here. So I appreciate that very much. I'm Jason Mumpower, Comptroller of the Treasury for the state of Tennessee, and so grateful to Governor Lee, to the speakers, as you all have said, especially to Representative Mark White, Senator Brent Taylor, who have been the champions that really brought you together in this way today. I was a member of the legislature, interestingly representing Sullivan County and Johnson County, Mountain City. You hear talk about Mountain City to Memphis. Well, I represented Mountain City, and I still live in Bristol. Technically, I live closer to Canada than Memphis. I mean, that's a geographical fact.
Wow.
And I point that out to tell you, even though I live there, my heart is with you, because this issue that you all are taking on is fundamental to everybody in Tennessee. It is fundamental, not just the future of Memphis, not just the future of Shelby County, but the future of Tennessee, and Tennessee's place in the nation. You all probably know, you were asking about statistics. 1 out of every 10 students in Tennessee attend the Memphis Shelby County schools. 10% of our student population, our future workforce in Tennessee, attend the Memphis Shelby County schools. You know, as an officer of the state, very involved in state finances, 1 out of every 7 education dollars that the state expends goes to the Memphis Shelby County school system. 1 out of every 7 public education dollars goes to the Memphis Shelby County school system. And as you all know, about a year ago, the legislature ordered a forensic audit be conducted on the operations of the Memphis Shelby County school systems. The comptroller's office worked with, through a public bid process. We ended up working with CLA, Clifton Larson Allen, a national forensic audit firm that is still working today in the Memphis Shelby County schools. They delivered an interim report, which I hope you all have seen, back in March. That 350-page report was so important. It was explosive in terms of pointing out the total business and operational failure of the Memphis Shelby County school system. But if you think that was something, wait until I have the more than 700-page final report for you in just the next very few weeks. Because if you thought the task was big based on this 350-page report, wait till you see the 700-page report. I know that you all know that this is about the kids. First and foremost, this is about their future. This is about creating, maintaining, and sustaining a ready workforce for Shelby County and Memphis, but also Tennessee. This is a public safety issue. Because the best way to avoid a public safety problem is to have well-educated children that have a bright future. And so this is a public safety issue. But more than it's about workforce and public safety, this is just about life. I mean, let's just give these kids a chance at life that they don't have today under the circumstances. I will tell you, the audit is not only a document that points out shortcomings. The audit is actually a roadmap. It's a roadmap of what needs to be fixed. And I think by working with the auditor, it can be a tool of assistance that shows you how to fix it, what needs to be fixed, how to fix it. So an audit, we in the comptroller's office, we don't like an audit to be a tool just to bludgeon somebody with. It's a tool for improvement. And I think that's what you have here. Many questions have come up about how you have to conduct yourself, talking about the email. Your email communications are going to be public record. You need to be aware of that. The work you do as a member of this body is public record. You need to be careful in your deliberations. The state of Tennessee has a variety of open meetings requirements and open records requirements. To talk about that today, I have two folks here from my legal team. Tony Chadwick is the state's Open Records Counsel, and Elizabeth McCabe is an Assistant General Counsel in the Comptroller's Office. They're going to come up in just a minute. But I say to you all, I know you want to take this board is high profile. This board is unprecedented. And so eyes are on you as much as there ever has been on any group in the state. So be sure you take careful care to adhere to all open meetings and open records acts, whether it's in-person meetings, whether it's your email communications, whether it's your phone call communications. You need to be aware that by virtue of your membership on this board, you are subject to things that you may not be accustomed to, coming from the private sector. And so I want you to know that I am here personally. I've known many of you for some time, met some of you for the first time today. I'm here to help you at any time. I will make my resources in my office completely available to help you at any time in your work. We want you to be successful so the kids of the Memphis Shelby County Schools can be successful. So with that being said, I'm going to invite Tony Chadwick and Elizabeth to come down. And you all, I hope you know you're on video right now. And so the presenter needs to sit in this seat because there's only part of this room that is available on video. But thank you all for rising to the challenge. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Well, as Comptroller said, my name is Tony Chadwick. I'm the Open Records Counsel with Comptroller's Office. And I want to thank you all for giving me a chance to speak to you for just a few minutes about open records and open meetings. Sort of what we'll cover quickly this morning, because I know we don't have too much time. I want to really dive into the Open Meetings Act, which I'll call TOMA throughout most of the talk. Before that, just a very, very broad overview of the Open Records Act. And then before we start, even on that, I just want to tell you a little bit about our website and some of the resources that are available there that you can access, obviously, at any time. So this is just a screenshot of our website. You can get there through the comptroller's website. There are office functions, drop-down boxes, and then you would select Open Records Council. From there, it's hard to see from here, but there are a lot of really great resources available. So we've got anything from a public records model policy to guidelines, best practices, frequently asked questions, anything like that available on the website. And then if you have any questions for us at the Open Records Council, you can click the submit an inquiry box. That will bring up an automatic page that you fill out with just the question that you have, your contact information. Elizabeth and I work from that database every day, and we will get an answer to you as quickly as we possibly can. But moving on from our office, just as I said, a very, very broad overview of the Public Records Act. Essentially, it was passed as a symbol of transparency and essentially says that all public records are open to inspection to any Tennessee citizen unless they're not. So you start from this presumption of openness that any record that is a public record is open to the public unless there is an explicit confidentiality provision somewhere in state law. So it's going to be open unless there is something that specifically makes that record confidential. So what is a public record? Essentially, anything that you create as part of, law or ordinance or the official transaction of government business that is reduced to a medium. So anything that can be produced, whether it's an audio recording, a written record, an email, obviously, text messages, anything like that can be a public record that is open to the public upon request, unless there is something that makes it confidential. So a lot of times people forget that even if a contract, for example, has a confidentiality clause, that doesn't make it so as a public record. You can write confidential on anything that you'd like, and it doesn't actually make it confidential. So just remember that in your work. And then the one thing that I do like to mention, though, is that we're talking about records here, not information. So that means if you get a request for a public record and there is a record that exists, then you provide the record. If you get a question or a request for information, that's not necessarily a request for a record. So you don't have to provide an answer to every question that you get under the Public Records Act. And then it's the record itself, not the devices on which it's created. So it doesn't mean that someone can come in and look through a computer that has, email access so that they can discover all of the emails that have been sent from that specific device. Rather, they would make a request for the records that were created there, and that would be provided. What's not a public record? Any record that does not exist. So I'm sure you all know that for any meeting, you have to create minutes of that meeting. Well, if you don't, then you violated TOMA, but you would not have violated the Public Records Act by saying your request for these minutes is denied because those records don't exist. So you don't have to create or recreate records that don't exist. And then again, information. You don't have to answer those questions as part of the Public Records Act. Now, what we're all here for, let's dive into TOMA. We'll talk about this in a little bit more depth, but still being brief. So the formation of public policy is public business and should not be conducted in secret. That's sort of the foundation of TOMA that then creates all of these requirements and guidelines for any board to follow. Just like the TPRA, it is to be construed broadly in favor of the public and openness to allow the public to know what the government is sort of up to. At Comptroller's Office, we have a motto that says, make government work better. The Office of Open Records Council, I believe that open government makes government work better. So we want to be transparent. We want to have buy-in from the community, and by having them be aware of what exactly is going on with boards and committees, then I think you've got that that transparency allows them to know what's going on, and then you get buy-in from that. So they also have the right to attend and to participate through a public comment period. And the Tennessee Open Meetings Act applies to any meeting of any governing body. So then what is a governing body? Members of a public body of 2 or more members with authority to make decisions for or recommendations to a public body on policy or administration. That's straight from the statute. So that's why it's so wordy, but essentially any group of 2 or more people that is making decisions or making recommendations to a broader public body is a governing body. So any subcommittee that is created is also subject to the Tennessee Open Meetings Act and has to be open to the public. There are a few exceptions to that, but we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. All right, so what is a meeting then? Any meeting of any governing body has to be open to the public. A meeting is when this governing body gets together to discuss or make a decision about anything that has to do with public business. The most important thing is that all deliberation has to occur in an open public meeting. So you cannot have discussions in emails or text messages about something that eventually will be before this board on which you will have to make a decision. So you want to be very careful about that, because if you have text messages or emails going back and forth about decisions that you'll ultimately make here, you've created open records and violated the Tennessee Open Meetings Act potentially.
So quick question. If I text Board Member Robertson about going to lunch, because I've known her for, like, that's not covered. It's just deliberative
As long as
information that's
when you
related.
do go to lunch, you don't have any discussion. But yes, exactly. So public records are about, in the official transaction of government business. So lunch would not be covered by that. Essentially, the TOMA requirements are that all meetings, again, have to be open to the public. You have to have provided adequate public adequate public notice of the meeting. And then in the meeting minutes, you have to create a record of the people who are present, the motions, proposals, and resolutions that were offered, and then the results of any votes. All votes have to be public. You cannot have private ballot votes or anything like that. It has to be open to the public. And then you have to have an agenda available to the public 48 hours in advance of the meeting that is free and accessible to the public. Usually that's a website. If that's something that you all can get off the ground, that would be a great place to put the agenda. And then again, you have to have that opportunity for public comment.
How do we define adequate public notice?
I'm glad you asked. So it's actually not defined under the statute. The statute says you have to have adequate public notice, but then doesn't say what that really means. The courts have held that 48 hours is not sufficient adequate public notice. I think the one thing you want to keep in mind is just making sure that any citizen who is interested in attending that meeting has enough time to make any arrangements that they would need to make to get there. So childcare arrangements, taking off work, anything like that that needs to happen for them to be here, there's enough time for them to make those arrangements. I think the more notice, the better, but we certainly know, again, 48 hours is not quite enough. For a regular meeting, you're only having to provide the time and the place of the meeting. For a specially called meeting, you have to provide the time, place, and then also reasonably describe what you're calling the special meeting for. What are we doing here? So that the public will have, a way to determine if they want to make the arrangements to get to that special meeting. Now, the public comment period is, I think, still relatively new as a law. It went into effect in 2023, but it's still relatively new in the sense that we haven't had a lot of direction from the courts on what exactly that means or what you have to do outside of just the text of the law itself. So we do know from the text of the law itself that you have to have a period for the public to comment. You can put reasonable restrictions on that comment period. Those reasonable restrictions can be anything from the amount of time total for the public comment period to the number of people who will be speaking. You can also say, we'll have 10 people speak for 3 minutes each. One little bit tricky sort of requirement under the public comment period is that to the best of your ability, you have to make sure both viewpoints or all viewpoints are sort of represented fairly. You don't want to have any sort of situation where there's something that you want to do during the meeting and you kind of keep all of the public comments and only allow the people who are in support of that motion or that idea to speak. That's not always possible, but if it is possible, you want to have all of those viewpoints represented. Now, there are a few key differences between state and local governing bodies. Usually electronic meetings are only really allowed for state governing bodies. There are a few opportunities or a few exceptions for local governing bodies. to be able to hold an electronic meeting, but it's really just for a community meeting. That's defined under the statute. I don't think it really applies in this situation. But the educational oversight boards, the statute that created these boards, also allows you all to have an electronic meeting. So whether you're considered a state governing body or a local governing body, you do have the ability to have electronic meetings. There are a lot of requirements that go into an electronic meeting, so I didn't want to dive into that today. But if that's something that you all are interested in, I will be happy to provide an email to the board about exactly what you have to do to have that electronic meeting and be in compliance with TOMA. Now, there is also a difference in local governing bodies and public comments. So for any state board, you can make sure that the public comments are only germane to the items on the actual agenda. For a local governing body, that would be public comments for any matters that are germane to the jurisdiction of the local governing body. So that means anything that's under the jurisdiction of that body can then have a public comment at any time, whether or not it's on the agenda for that particular meeting. So these are just a few of the sort of meetings that aren't really meetings, sort of exceptions to TOMA, but an executive session in the sense that it's an executive session where the attorney is meeting with members of the board about some ongoing litigation, pending litigation, or anticipated litigation, where the attorney is providing information to the members to say, here's what I see happening in if we take this avenue versus that one. Here are some of the pros or cons of this action that you're considering. That is a meeting where information is flowing in one direction from the attorney to the members of the board. You may ask questions of the attorney, but not in a way that is sort of secret deliberation by asking those questions. So again, that's information is flowing in one direction from the attorney to the board, not amongst the members of the board. There's no deliberation that's happening here. Informational sessions, if you all wanted to come and hear a lot more from me about open meetings and open records, then you could set that up without having to follow the parameters of TOMA, but it would have to be in a scenario where you're not, again, creating any opportunity for deliberation. That always has to happen in an open meeting. School safety planning, that can be sort of the one true exception to this overall idea that these aren't really meetings. Those are real meetings where the board is considering sort of how to keep our students safe in school. For obvious reasons, those can be held in a closed session. And then government audit committee. So if you all created a subcommittee to audit the board itself, then that one subcommittee could have closed door meetings about the audit until the audit eventually is released to the public. If you violate TOMA, there are a lot of real sort of repercussions that the court can impose. So any action that is taken in violation of TOMA can be considered null and void, and as if it never happened. You can go back and sort of ratify that mistake by having a do-over, making sure you provided notice, or bringing that motion back to the board, having full robust deliberation, and then voting on that once more if it is found null and void. And then the court has broad jurisdiction to hold jurisdiction over the board for semi-annual reporting from the board about their ongoing compliance with TOMA. Again, this is if there has been a violation of TOMA found by the court. And if the court finds that it was a willful violation of TOMA, then the court could actually require the governing body to provide or to pay attorney's fees to the person who had to bring that to court in any other reasonable cause. So that can be court filing fees, anything like that can be charged to the governing body.
So Council, quick question. So like hypothetically, the sitting board now that's elected, if we were to discover like there were some TOMA violations with regard to some decisions, then that basically has no effective law, basically, right?
Yes, that the court is the venue to enforce that provision. Now, if you have any other, I can take a few questions now, but if you have real ongoing questions, this is how you reach out to Elizabeth or me. You can start, this is our email address for any questions about open meetings. This is how you found our website. So you can go to the comptroller.tn.gov website. Again, there's an office functions box where you can drop down and select Office of Open Records Counsel, and that will bring you to our website with, again, a lot of great resources. Any immediate questions that you all can think of?
Thanks for the presentation. It's very informative. Thanks. And thanks for having them come today. The conflicts of interest forms, is that going to come from the comptroller's office or is the AG? But I think that should be something we would be required to do. And is that forthcoming or is that something we have to handle?
That is, I'm gonna come back up here where I'm on the screen. Tony, you can stay there.
You thought you were gonna get away.
So just coming back up here, so I'm in the viewfinder, but I believe that would be more of a legal avenue than our avenue. But we'll try to help you figure out the answer to that.
Okay.
And Tony, let me ask you a question because there is going to be a public comment period later today. It doesn't have to be your permanent policy, but you should by vote of this board adopt at least a policy regarding your public comment for today. For example, if you are going to limit it to a certain amount of time today or a certain amount of time per person, you should do that before you open it for public comment today.
And
I'm on many state boards. One thing, our general policy is requiring X amount of notice that you want to make a public comment before the meeting. On the boards I'm on, to make sure we can maximize it, we limit it to about 2 minutes per commenter. The boards I'm on generally don't have a lot of public comment. Yours may or may not. I don't know.
just a quick question on what you presented today. You can make that available via email.
I can, certainly. There is also a much more comprehensive PowerPoint on the website
Okay.
under the public records training, I think it is. You can either request training or access a PowerPoint that we use for 2 hours of training. So it may be more than you're interested in. Happy to email this.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
And Tony, just to make sure for clarification, is this board, because of the way it was created, considered a state board or a local board? Or do we know right off?
We'd love to
I
know
give
that.
her the hard question right here on camera. We're gonna have to follow up with you on that one.
Yes, yeah, I think we'll have to.
Yeah.
And that may
There-
be a
there-
question.
yeah, there's nuances to that.
There is, and that may be a question for the attorney that you all end up hiring.
Go ahead, Dave.
Is this board required to adopt an ethics, or ethics policy?
I don't know the answer to that right off the
We can
top.
deal with them.
These are all great questions. We'll try to help you figure out the answer to, or also when you get legal counsel.
Right.
Representative White might also be able to help you with that through legislative legal or the attorney general's office.
And rulemaking, I started asking about earlier, but then you were coming up. What about rulemaking for this body?
We need to first determine whether or not we believe this to be a state board or a local government board. So we'll try to take a look at that question first.
Thanks so much. Anybody else have anything?
Thank you, Tony.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. One last question, because I think you hold the purse strings in some respects. The legislation contemplated, I think, for us to operate between $500 and $1 million, and I think that's what it is.
Yes, that's
per
my
year.
memory. That's my memory.
And so as we're organizing, what's going to be the conduit for us to access that?
So the payments would actually come through the Department of Finance and Administration. And that's something we'll be glad to work with you on and try to figure out how you go about requesting that and setting a budget for that. You know, you'll need to kind of set a budget for that, a systematic way of requesting it. We'll need to work with the payments come through the Department of Finance and Administration.
Okay.
So our funds will come from the state and not out of the school district.
Well, I believe, and I might even go to Representative White, I believe there's the opportunity for both, but the state has allowed you, again, between $500,000 and $1 million. That's my memory of the legislation, and Representative White's verifying that. So you do, what I can say is you do have some state funding available.
Okay. But you also have the local.
But I do believe you also have the ability to attach obtain local funding.
So that, Representative White, that could be inserted into the budget for the LEA then
Yes.
to finance.
Right, you're in control of the budget. Yeah, the local budget.
So has the budget, and you may know this, Dorsey, has the budget been approved?
I think it was approved, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
been approved by the county commission yet.
Right.
So does that mean that the budget would have to be amended?
That's probably what that would mean, because the local budget deadline is June 30th. There are some exceptions when it can go past that for approval. But I like to think that every local government's going to get me their budget on time, right up until when they don't. So you would need budget amendments.
And we'd have to have a budget in order to have a budget. Okay.
All right. Again, thank you all very much. The task is big, but I know you all are up to it. This is about the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now, Billy, Mr. Chairman.
You call me.
I was referring to the school district budget.
Yes.
And I knew exactly what you're saying, but,
Okay.
but what you're saying is that they're gonna fund us, as Representative White stated, that we would have to then go to the county commission or find the conduit to go, how we would go to the county commission. You'd have to, I guess we would direct them to go to the county commission and ask for a budget, amendment, ask their CFO.
Mr. Burns, the way I read the statute, and it's been a long time since I practiced law, but they would transfer the money just into the district's budget. We'd have a line item that would be 500,000 to $1 million to do sort of whatever we deemed appropriate. But then we'd also have access to the $1.7 billion budget as well. So I think it's in both and. If that makes sense.
A bio break by all means. And I think we probably come to the end, but let's take a quick break then. And that's great. 5 minutes, okay?
Back at, in 27. Yes. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you.
So we've got, call the meeting back to order after our brief recess. Thank you, Shana, for bringing that up. So we're gonna have a public comment section, but we gotta adopt a public comment policy in order to, and I think that the comptroller gave us a suggestion of, 30 minutes and 2 minutes per speaker. And we also listened to the presentation that says you want to hear opposing points of view. So if you have enough people that can speak in that time, certainly you're not favoring one group or the other. I think Democratic, there's a sign-in sheet that's over there, but, I was gonna suggest on that, because I'm on another board, which all of us are on boards, is that, people do it in advance. And we provide an email address to the public, so they know that they can come do it in advance, and that it not just become a free-for-all. Even though we want to hear from the public, but I think there needs to be some order to the process.
And very balanced,
And
as far as
fair
the level of
balance, right.
comments.
So, open to suggestions. That was just mine. Does anybody else have comments on public comments? You're on lottery board, you're on the board of regents, you're on the board of trustee, so it's different everywhere. So does anybody have a suggestion on any?
I'd like to make a motion that we limit it to 30 minutes, 2 minutes per person. But that other, the last part of what you said, I don't remember.
And I might not even, that you sign up in advance with a designated person. Give them an email address and say, I'd like to speak at your meeting that's being held on August 12th. And so that there's some order to it. And I think that works, but.
And that we hear from different perspectives.
And if we want to adjust, like any other policy, we can adjust.
I'm good.
Oh, well. Okay with someone showing up at the time of the meeting and asking to address the body. Now, there's another way to address that issue, is that when you show up for the meeting, when the meeting starts, you have to sign a comment card before the meeting starts and hand that in to the executive director or whoever we hire. And that way, you have the order you're asking for.
Okay.
But you don't have somebody having to sit down and find the email and do all that business. I think it's more publicly available that way if you have it open. That's my.
Yeah, I mean, so do you want to do a friendly amendment to my
Sure,
motion?
sure.
Go ahead. And go ahead and do it.
I move that we amend or friendly amendment to have a comment card sign-in section policy prior to the start of the meeting.
Okay. And we've got a motion. Was there a second to the motion? Was there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. It's our public policy comment. And I think what we've said is 30 minutes, 2 minutes per person. And that, we can do it by email or before the start of the meeting, they can fill out a comment card. But when the meeting starts, that freezes the list of who signs up.
But the county commission does it that way. The city council does it that way.
And I think it's great. And I think I'm on a board that doesn't do it that way because it's not as much interest, like what he said. But I think we have 100,000 students and their families, and we're gonna have people that want to comment. So
And they're busy people.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carried. I can handle this, but if you're taking notes, I will, you can do this, or I can just call out the names for the public comment.
Either way.
Okay. If you're gonna take note, if you're taking notes, I'll just call it the name. Mark Sturgis with Seeding Success, Cradle to Career, Tennessee, support. That's some bad handwriting, Mark.
Thank you.
I
don't think I have Ms. Clark.
Have we finished with the board's work this morning?
the agenda provided to us, I think said public comment, then,
And then, okay.
and then announcements.
All right, that's fine. Yeah.
And to that one, Mr. Chair, can I ask one other question to support business?
Sure.
I'm thinking about the point about F&A and the funds that have been allocated to this board and what needs to happen next around legal counsel. And I just want to make sure tactically, what are the next steps on the legal counsel? What are the?
So I think what we said was, these, Dorsey, Dedrick, and Shana, we're gonna,
Get together, and make a recommendation.
get to have a,
And the way I would see it, and I obviously defer to Vice Chair, I think that what I heard was that there needs to be some process. So what I'd ask is that if people have suggestions, we'll send something out and ask people to submit proposals, we'll bring it back.
Yeah, so you get like request for proposals.
Well, hold on a second. I think we ought to get together and before we decide on the process for soliciting counsel. And here's the reason I'm saying that is because I'm not 100% sure you have to put out a proposal for professional services. That's new to me. If somebody tells me otherwise, we don't have to put out a bid or a proposal for legal services because it's a professional service. So that's always been very sacred with bodies, and that you hire your own legal counsel. If somebody submits a proposal and it's low, you don't have to necessarily take them. So legal services is very.
I'm gonna hold 1 second, I'm gonna hold count 1 second. Motion on the floor, seconded. Any more discussion on that? All in favor, say, did we do the vote?
No, we have.
What's the
On
proposal?
I want to finish the
public
vote,
comment.
the public comment. Did we finish that vote?
Oh, that was already.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's public comment. I'm sorry. David brought up something else.
Yeah.
Let's hold it for a second. Let's do the public comment because we got the people
Okay,
waiting.
great.
And then we'll come back and we'll hit that in new business. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Mark Sturgis.
You want to speak from here or come up? Or
Yeah, it's
what?
Oh, we have
It's
to
up to
be on
you.
the camera.
You want to
that's
go?
right.
Yeah, come here and,
You wanna be on the camera, you need to
We want you on the
I
camera.
just sat through that presentation on open meetings, so. I'll sit up there.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I got the timer
So you
too.
have 2 minutes.
All right, and always, state your name and your address, I think is always a good policy. And then, go ahead.
Mark Sturgis, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117. Great to be here today, and thank you all for stepping up and serving in this capacity. And for the governor and the speakers for making such incredible appointments of Memphians to lead this transformational moment. Over the last 2 years, groups of us have gathered in the Capitol, have gathered in Memphis, have worked with our legislators to make sure we have a law that enables the most transformative moment in Memphis education possible. And also wanted to drive up this morning to make sure you all know that it's not just the 9 of you, that the community is here to support you. We are raising resources to support you. We are gathering local and national experts to support you. These are seismic challenges, structural challenges. For the last 2 decades, almost $2.4 billion in additional resources have been spent working to reform this system. And we have seen nominal progress. And so we have to ask ourselves, what will make this moment different? The difference here is taking the advantage of your political authority that is apolitical to do the hard things. And to know that you will have a supportive community standing beside you when those hard decisions have to be made. From parents who demand quality education for their children, teachers who deserve to be compensated and supported in high quality facilities, and a cradle to career system that ensures every child born in Shelby County has a path to economic opportunity. And that should be connected to our regional economy and its growth. And so this is really the flywheel for our entire community's success. And so over the next 4 years, some of those immediate things that we have to tackle: stable, transformative leadership, connecting the dots between our earliest learners and the skills they need to be successful, and to make sure that we are aligned as possible as a community to support you in this hard work. So thank you again for your leadership and stepping up into these roles, and know that you will have the support you need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Mark White, State Rep.
Thank you, Chairman Ogle and members. I just want to use this short brief of time to say thank you. After all the starts and stops for the past 2 years and getting through the legislative body, it's just really a surreal moment to have you all here and we're actually getting started. My comment is I just want you to say you're not alone. We're creating something, a new thing. And so there's a lot of questions we don't have today, but there's a lot of backroom support that we've been putting things together that they're going to help you. One thing is the state put in 7.6 million on the forensic audit. It will be finished June 30th. As the comptroller mentioned, that group is ready to, they're identifying where all the weak areas are, which will help you in the next 90 days, you know, what to identify and move forward. So you're going to have a lot of help as Mark Sturgis. But I just want to say thank you. I want to make Tennessee #1 in education. I said on the nation's report card, NAEP, National Assessment of Educational Progress, which we every 2 years, we identify the 4th and 8th graders in reading and math. And this is how we know how well we're doing. We've gone from the bottom 40 of the states down to the mid-20s. And I really believe in the next 2 years when NAEP is given again in 2028, we will be in the top 10, if not lower, thanks to y'all's work. So we're here for you. We're ready to move. And so you've got a lot on your plate, but we're here for you.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you so
much. If I mispronounce anybody's name, I apologize. Brianna Scott. Together for Students. How are you doing?
Good morning to the board. My name is Brianna Scott, and I'm here today as a member of Together for Students. We are a group of everyday folks who are completely dedicated to making our schools what they should be. But outside of that group, you need to know exactly who is talking to you. I was born and raised in Memphis, and I'm truly Memphis to the bone. Because I love this city, I know exactly what our community needs and has been through. And I know how much our schools have struggled to get to the support they need. I know there is a lot of debate surrounding how this oversight board was created. But now that you are sitting in those seats, we have to look forward. This is a real historic opportunity to change the trajectory for our students. We are naive. We know fixing deep-rooted issues takes time. We're not asking for perfection, but we are demanding progress. This city is watching what you do next. Let's make this opportunity count. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
If I mispronounce, I apologize in advance. Fitch, Together for Students.
Ambiance. Dr. Ogle, ambiance.
You're good. Okay. Good evening, members of the Oversight Board. My name is Unviance Fitch, and I am here today as a proud member of Together for Students, a group of dedicated individuals who are deeply committed to improving our schools. But more importantly, I am here as a single parent to my 5-year-old daughter. When I look at this new board, I don't see politics or paperwork. I see the people who hold my daughter's future in their hands. I'm asking you today to do right by her and to do right by every single child sitting in the Memphis-Shelby County Schools classroom. As concerned citizens, we aren't standing here demanding a miracle overnight. We are not asking for immediate perfection, but make no mistake, we are demanding progress. For too long, our families have dealt with instability. From this board, we want absolute transparency. We want strict accountability. We want consistent leadership that stays the course, and we want real, measurable academic progress for our kids. My daughter deserves that, and every student in Memphis deserves that. You have been given a massive responsibility. Please use it to build the schools our children have always deserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Carpenter.
I really don't want to sit in that seat. Do I have to? Yeah, I started to get chat to write me something to talk to y'all about. I said, and then I said, I had a birthday business. I'm old enough to say what I want to say now. So
You want to stand here?
I want to stand. I'm old enough to stand up. My name is Sarah Carpenter. My address is 1637 Britton Street. I'm the mother of 4, still count my baby. Grandparent of 13, great grandparent of 6. So y'all can't get rid of me for a long time. I told them that too. Y'all, I'm here to tell y'all, I know y'all phones been jumping off the hook, cause mine have, and I'm not even sitting in y'all seat. There's some people over there at that district that I love, but y'all gonna have to make some decisions that's not popular in Memphis. And y'all know Memphis is a clicked up city. You got sororities, fraternities. I don't care about that. I want my babies to get to college so they can join whatever sorority or fraternity they want to join. I don't care about none of that. I care about y'all going in there, doing what y'all supposed to do. And you know what? Y'all gonna have to get rid of some folks, point blank. And it's okay. Y'all need to know that the community is gonna cover y'all. And I know people watching me, and I don't care. I got to say this because we done seen Memphis as a clicked up city, and we sick of the click shop. Do right by our kids, and we're gonna do right by y'all. We got y'all back. And when I tell you I got your back, it's not about black and white. It's not about Republican and Democrat. It's about babies who I see die. I lost a grandson to gun down. And I'm gonna tell you right quick, what time I got? One of the guys that murdered my grandson didn't know $1 million bond from a $10,000 bond. So that let me know, and I told him in court that let me know a system failed him. So, y'all, we got work to do. I don't want to lose another child in this city because of lack of education, because that's all it is. Parents got a lot of work to do. I work with parents in a major way. I feel like I've been fighting for this moment for
25 years.
30 years.
30 years.
30 years. I feel like, and y'all, we can't let our community down. We can't let our babies down. I'm not gonna let y'all let them down. I'm gonna hold you accountable, right, baby?
And you good?
Doris, wanna hold you accountable?
Amen.
So, I remember the last day on the board, you were getting ready to leave, you whispered in my ear, I guess you were scared to arrest some people. You said, keep doing what you're doing. I can't stop. When a purpose on your life, you got to do it. I tried to throw in the towel, y'all, but I find myself going back every day. Because I see what y'all might not see. We got a big event, this plug here. We got a big event, community event, to educate the community and parents about you all. You're welcome to come out.
When is
It's
it?
on Saturday at the corner of Tunica and Chelsea from 12 to 4. I sent it to you already because you're the only one I had known. You ain't checked your text message. But anyway, y'all, we got y'all back. I promise we have. But you got to help our baby. And Chat did not tell me to say this.
Tamika, please.
Jesus. You got it.
Hello, my name is Tamika Abram, Memphis, Tennessee, 38118. So to piggyback off everything that Ms. Carpenter said, parents, basically want transparency and accountability, and we haven't been getting it. I mean, like, we go to the schools, the parents want to feel welcome when they go to the schools to check on what's going on with their children, and we're not getting it. It's like they close the door in our face, but they steady say, the parents, the parents, the parents. How can the parents come on board if they're not being welcomed? And that's the biggest concerns that I have been hearing from the parents in the community. They're not feeling welcome when they go into school. They go to the school board members, basically the door is shut in their face. So we asking for accountability and transparency, and I have faith in y'all. And like she said, we got y'all back. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dionysia Fields.
I ain't gonna give you a hard time because you almost got me.
Oh, my God.
I'll take it. Just
My glasses may be dirty.
call me whatever, buddy.
No,
No,
please
you take your
correct
name
me.
for the record.
Please correct me.
Good morning. My name is Donisha Fields, 1637 Britton Street, Memphis, Tennessee. The Memphis Left, another great reason to come to North Memphis. I want to say thank you all for accepting the challenge to help turn Memphis around. You want to make Memphis great, start with education. That is the key. And like everyone has said, you all have a monumentous task ahead of you. And we for sure have y'all back in more ways than one. We say the things that some people are scared to say and they just won't say. We'll show up at board meeting. I don't think we're gonna do the Halloween thing no more, Doris. We gonna swear you out. We gonna do that no more. But when it comes to our children, we are about their business. So when we say we got your back, we have your back. Like everyone else has said, just be open and transparent because there's a great quote that says it takes a village to raise a children. And that village includes all of us. I'm a parent, I'm an auntie, I'm a cousin, I'm a neighbor, I'm a friend, I'm everything but a grandparent. I ain't ready for that title yet. So, and most importantly, I'm a taxpayer. So you can't get rid of me for a long time. He's a Miss Carpenter. So because of that, I hope everyone feel inspired and be a part of this movement and support this team because it's not about adults, it's about the children. And for the past few decades, that's all we've been hearing is adult issues. And we are at a monumental moment to where we can make actual change. We've only been asking for this, 11 years? We've been asking for this intervention, not personal gains, because my pockets are empty. No money's coming to me. But something I realized today, coming up all these steps, coming to this building, I am out of shape, and my children eventually are gonna have to take care of me. And we count on education to make them productive citizens, to start the guiding point. Everything starts everything starts at home. But again, it takes us a village to pour into each of the children because if like Whitney Houston said, and I'm not gonna sing, if the children are our future, we have to teach them well in order for them to lead the way. And it starts with education. So again, thank y'all. And my one ask of y'all is don't quit. Do not quit on our children. Please don't quit. Or we will come after y'all.
Ms. Griggs.
You can sit there if you want.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope all is well with everyone here. What I would like to say is that, Latasha Green, 38107 Memphis, Tennessee. New Chicago, Tennessee. What I would like to say is that when dealing with our children in the community, our school system has failed my children. I am a parent of 11, and I have 16 grandchildren who are in school now. So I am willing to work with you all, as long as you all are willing to work with us. But we need someone to listen to us as the parents, because you don't know my child and you don't know my child needs, but I know my child needs. And how can you help my child if you don't listen to me? And that's the issue that we're having with the board that we have now. Everybody is so seat heavy that they can't listen to us as the parents. Now, I would love transparency because we really don't get very much of that. And I would like accountability. We need action and not just spoken words. We need urgency to go with these needs that's going on right now. You know, our kids are being kicked out of school, which is creating crime. We need to get down to the root of why they feel like they could just put the kids out of school instead of saying, okay, let's get them in school suspension. Or let's get them study hall. You know, don't kick my child out of school because my child came to school and had a bad day. Find out the root of the problem and let's deal with it. So I'm willing to work with you all, as long as you all are willing to work with me and us as a community. You won't have no problem out of me.
You're on the record.
You won't have no problem out of me, long as we y'all can work together. That's all I'm
Amen to
saying.
that.
And y'all have a nice day. I look to see many of you all faces again. Maybe have to sit down and talk with a couple of you all about a situation, but we gonna work it out.
Thanks for being here. When I was speaker is Bobby White, Greater Memphis Chamber.
Bobby goes.
He's on Zoom across.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot to say thank you to Representative Mark White. He's been a supporter of ours since day one. And I love Mark White in real life.
Your comments came out of this time for.
One minute, Bobby.
1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you as always. Bobby White, 628 Port Neches Cove, Carterville, Tennessee. I'm the Chief Government Affairs Officer with the Greater Memphis Chamber. I want to just speak, number one, to the awesome assembling of folks. And there are so many more people who could speak better on behalf of the business community, including our board member and former president, in addition to these other business leaders. I just wanted to make a statement on two things. One, the need for partnership with the business community. In many ways, when people think of a school district, they see that the stakeholders for the district are parents, but there are also those stakeholders for the district who are business leaders who hire the products of the district. And the business community, my mother used to, she's a fifth grade teacher who used to jump double dutch and outdo the kids years ago. Double dutch, you have to kind of get in, and the way the business community has oftentimes been invited in has been with buying lunch for Teacher Appreciation Day and trophies for Honors Day. But in terms of the ways they can be better engaged in substantive ways like shaping curriculum, building out the vocational technical centers, creating real partnership in terms of retirees who can now teach courses in different places, the ways in which businesses could be better engaged. My last thing goes to something you mentioned, Mr. Chair, had to do with identifying experts who could support the work. I will go so far as to say there are also not just individuals who could come in on a one-time basis. There might be an opportunity for volunteer worker bees who could be aligned with the different committees that you form, who are not individuals who are going to be looking for future contracts from the district, but are individuals who bring expertise from major businesses and industry in the city who could be aligned with your committees to be thought partners, to be worker bees, to support you all along the way. The business community is ready to support, and the opportunity seems like right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all 9 of our speakers. And what's really important is we had this meeting in Nashville, David, you got lucky, but all of y'all came from Memphis to support what's going on here, and we're eternally grateful for that. It might be easy just to go down to the Board of Education and say something because we all live kind of close, but to come 200 miles and take time out of your day, travel back and forth means a lot to us. And I think we've got a daunting task in front of us. And I think your support today was all support. And I'm sure it's not always going to be that way, but we're going to try to do our best. So thank you very much. The last part was announcements and new business. So we started talking about the legal that David brought up. Dedrick was making comments about that. And you were saying that you did not think personal services, because why would you want to take a little bit on a doctor? Why would you want to take a little bit on an attorney or accountant you wanted to get the best that's gonna be helpful to us, so. We need to follow up on that.
Well, I was saying, I just think the three of us ought to get together and decide on the format for the hiring council. And there may be two aspects to it, and I'll just go ahead. It might be the unspoken ghost. There may be a lawsuit coming to challenge the formation of this board, number one. And then number two, there would be a lawyer that would assist the board. And to me, that would be two separate counsel. So litigation counsel and then counsel for the board.
Mr. Chair, if I just bring this up only because I love this discussion. I think we should probably figure it out now because in order to meet, we got to notice the meeting and all that. And I think we're trying to move quickly. So, I mean, and I agree, like you don't have to, as a matter of law, have, bid out professional services, but really in the sake of, for expediency and for transparency, if we can say, agree today, like, hey, if people have people they want us to reach out to, we compile the information and then bring something back to the board. I mean, I'm just trying to take advantage of this time we have together now.
So if you had to bring it back to the board, it wouldn't come back until our first meeting in July?
July would be the first, or whatever so that's why I think if we don't.
Have we set a schedule yet,
That's
Mr.
one of the
Chairman?
things.
Have we set a schedule yet?
No, because that's part of our discussion. Shana mentioned that.
Mr. Chair, can I make a
Oh,
comment?
please,
Okay,
please, please.
So I understand what everybody's saying, but for the sake of transparency, and I keep hearing the word accountability, so I want to be really careful about how we proceed with legal services. And I understand that we don't want low bid, and if we're not required to do that, great. But professional services, engineering, legal, all of those things fall under a qualifications-based selection process. So I do think there needs to be some process. I don't think that we can just have three people that have input from folks and that are providing their services. I think there has to be a process because this is right out of the gate, the very first thing we're going to do. And it needs to reflect the thing that every single one of those ladies just came up and said, which was that they want transparency and accountability. So there is qualifications-based selection process. It's an RFQ, request for qualifications to make sure that we're getting a fair look at that.
Mr. Chair, maybe just two thoughts. One, it does seem like there's a question about, that we may want to have for F&A about how to actually access the resources to hire legal counsel. I wonder if that could be one follow-up, maybe that the chair or somebody on the board could do with F&A. And the second is I wonder if we could just get guidance from the comptroller's office on what the next steps should be around whether.
And in the interim, I've asked, and that's how I think the AG's name popped up, is that until we do, I mean, I don't want us to just operate, just because we're going through a process, have us be netless. So one is to have a net, and they should be able to provide that in the interim, I hope.
So, if you had some say, you said most important, we need to ask the AG's office. How do we handle this? Probably need to do this in short order.
Right.
I've got a contact over there I'm willing to call, but anybody else could do it as well. It doesn't.
Proceed,
No-
Chair.
No pride of ownership. I just want to find out our next step. And I think this is probably pretty urgent.
Yeah, I think that it is urgent because everybody on this board is exposed.
Yeah.
So why don't I,
Well,
no, but why don't I'll attempt to do that today. And then, I'll report back to everybody information, on what that answer is. And great suggestion to have them step in the interim, because I think they did that on another body of law, and that's a great suggestion, while we were getting organized. And they actually went over that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, kind of a footnote to that, you talked about communication. So do we have to make any decisions today about how we're going to communicate with each other? Not to add to
That's,
your.
no, I think that's another new business item.
Okay.
We're gonna find out if we're a state agency or a local agency, which they don't have an answer on that yet. And so whether we're eligible for en.gov email addresses.
Jason Tyler told me the other day that we are not a state agency.
But they,
But Mom Pepper said.
But Mount Power himself.
And he took it one
Oh,
step
okay.
further
So-
that we could not get gov.com.
Yeah,
That-
emails,
that-
yeah.
We could not get
And
that.
this is only my commentary because we're supervising what the entire MSCS. I don't know that it's wise for us to be on that
Agreed.
server.
Agreed.
And so I guess we can, is there a thought maybe that we explore some kind of web hosting and
Yes.
email address? Does anybody have a suggestion where to look at, they can report back to the board? And that we can have as an agenda item to vote on next time? Or would you think that, I'm not jumping on you, as if we agree that we want to do that, could we empower Nisha to do that? And I don't know if it's really anything to vote on, kind of thing, but I mean, just empower to do that so we can get that going. Because I think it's gonna be pretty important for us to communicate.
Yes.
And for people to communicate with us.
And yeah, and I really don't think all of us want it on our personal or business emails.
We can identify a web hosting.
I mean, you could, now this is what Tyler suggests, that you could create a Gmail, everybody create a Gmail account.
I just don't know about the security on that. I think it needs to be a secure account just because of the.
Well, I think he was talking temporarily, not.
Right, right. Well, that, I think all of us have been getting emails or corresponding
Yeah, it's
so far.
coming
but-
everywhere, so.
Right.
Yeah, but I
the
really, after
official-
today, I really don't want no other emails coming to my personal email and my
Right,
company
that's,
email.
I think that's the issue, is that we need something secure and that is set up strictly for for this body. And I can
What about their Outlook?
probably
Like
needs to be,
Outlook is
because we're
more
gonna be looking
security.
at Google Docs or, documents that we're gonna have to
Yeah.
review, so it's gonna have to be one of those kinds of things.
And why we need an attorney, because
Right.
so is there a consensus on that? Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to the AG's office. You're gonna explore. Was there other new business? Someone mentioned dates?
Yes, plenty to go ahead and establish the next time we will convene and where we will convene.
Shan, do you have suggestion? I'm looking, and we can all pull our calendars out.
This is heavy summer travel, but obviously this work is critically important. We are live effective July 1st. Is there any objection to the week of July 6th?
Now, we can do, and more to work on this, we can do, Zoom. People can, the public is gonna have, we just need to make sure, but the public's always gonna have access. I don't know that if someone, and there's probably someone in the room that knows, if a board member with approved travel can't make it something, what the rules are on, if they can vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
It seemed like the presenter mentioned that she was gonna have to give us some information on that because there's rules about whether or not you can have.
But I also went into the point of, are we a state or are we a local body?
And I think they specifically put in the statute that would allow us to vote separate from, apart from like what other school districts do, but we should probably get that aligned. The way I read it, we could vote.
Would, I'm gonna be in Nashville on the 8th. We don't wanna do it here. Because would the 7th be a date?
What about?
Chairman,
That's
I
like
just
our-
wanted to expound on.
Oh, go ahead.
What, board member Dorsey's talking about. Since we're the oversight for the school system board, it may, I would suggest we take a look at the school system schedule, because what they're doing, we have to review what they do. So if they vote on something, then that, whatever that action is, comes before this particular board.
First, they're,
Right, the last Tuesday of the month,
and then back it up 2 weeks for the work session?
the week before, I think, the last third and fourth Tuesday of the month, I think.
So if they have a meeting good point here. If they have a meeting at the end of June, we're not, are those actionable things that we can vote on? Meaning, because they'll make a decision probably whatever the date is at the end of June. And then we take office July 1. So,
23rd.
yeah. And we have 15 days.
On some actions they take, we only have 15 days to review the action and reject it or approve it or send it back. So we need to coordinate our time.
Did you say the 23rd?
Is the last Tuesday.
So that would, if we did it the 7th, that would be within 15 days.
If that's the math, that's fine.
Because June's only got 30 days.
And also, I just would suggest to you, Mr. Chair, board members, I think there's gonna be a lot of stuff we have to operationalize, like thinking about all this. So like, you know, we can do special call meetings. I mean, I would assume that, you know, Mr. Orville, maybe the vice chair will work on operationalizing all these things. There's just a lot that, you know, we haven't contemplated. So I think having legal counsel and having a really clear plan about when we meet, how we interact with the other board, how we approve those decisions, how we make the decisions on our own, how we lead. So it's gonna be hard for us to sort of figure it out right now. But I do think, just want to remind the board that even if we run up against a deadline, you can always do a special call meeting. You can always ask executive committee to approve stuff. So like, we've got a lot of flexibility.
So what was that date?
Is everybody okay with July 7th?
So I would be out, I can do it electronically back on.
I can do it electronically.
That's fine. Yeah, as long as we have a quorum, sure. Fine, do it. And everybody's not gonna be able, we're all busy. People are not always gonna get the same meetings.
What
Maybe,
time? What
I'm
is
open
this?
we're open to suggestions. Is morning better, afternoon?
Mornings on that particular day, if it's gonna be on Tuesday, mornings would be better for me, as I have.
I have no objection, just.
I guess your time zones will
Yeah.
impact your ability
We'll
to.
just have to make
Well, I hope we
arrangements.
hit y'all hard on that. It's like.
Yeah, I know. Right, right. Be
Can I
camera
make a
ready.
motion to excuse board member Robinson?
She doesn't have to be on camera.
Let's do that. Let's say 9:00. Is that fair?
That's great.
All right, so,
Location.
work on a venue. Does anybody have any suggestions on a venue?
Just a thought, we may want to consider using space at the University of Memphis. It's pretty centrally located for Memphians, David. I'm so sorry. But I think that we can easily reach out to President Hargrave and ask about some space that we can convene, and people can also be available to be present as well.
Does anybody have any other suggestions?
Second, that's a
That's
motion.
good. That sounds good.
Does anybody, do we need to make that a motion? Or is it?
Sure.
We can.
Well, you know what? Why don't we explore it? And because I'll,
So we can
Yeah.
confirm it.
and I
Yeah.
will call, it's your suggestion, call Dr. Hargrave and just ask.
Mr. Chairman, the time of day for the meeting, this first meeting, it's just the 9:00 for the first meeting, right?
I think the group can, why don't we then work in the meantime on,
Establishing a second.
a set calendar.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll take
the
that.
executive director may be able to work on the calendar. And also keep the public in mind about being able to attend the meeting.
Sure.
At a time that's convenient for the public.
The evenings, you're thinking for
Or
parents.
late
to be on-
late
yeah,
afternoon.
Not morning.
Well, I'm
They're
okay with the
working.
first meeting.
Right, right.
Being at 9, I'm fine with that. But in future, it should be a time and day that the public can attend. Because we've heard from the public here today, and we want as much participation from the public as possible.
All right, so, let's actually get a motion. First meeting, we have a motion to do the first meeting on July 7th at 9 a.m. at a place to be determined, but University of Memphis is preferred.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Who was that first?
Any-
The motion was
Dorsey.
Dorsey.
Motion carries. Okay. Do we have any other new business before the body?
Let's get busy. You actually already had your time to speak, but we're gonna let you, we'll give you another opportunity.
Yeah.
Please.
So you gotta be in front of the
Come on up so we can see you on the.
big screen.
I just wanted to say this, that as you go forward, according to the legislation, you do have access to the Shelby County School Board, but they're all employed. And I'm gonna go out on a limb, we'll get legal counsel on this, but I do believe you are the local board. You have the all authority of the Shelby County Board. We will get verification of that, because you are the board.
Yeah.
You will make the decisions for the Shelby County school system. So we will get that. And also, one other thing, the Forensic audit is finished June 30th. They want to get with y'all as soon as possible to go over the findings of that. That will give you all a lot of direction. So we can schedule them with you as soon as possible, the first time you meet. It'd be very helpful too.
So you, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, will that be available? We meet and maybe that's something we can talk about on the first meeting.
That would be, I can reach out to them because the sooner you get started on that, well, you kind of know what to identify.
Yeah.
So I will call them. They were telling me the 7th or 8th, so I will call them about it. Yes, I was just looking. Thanks for that.
You have us all. And if it's not available in time, I said, we could just do a special call meeting for this particular.
Yeah.
Just gonna ask this question, I guess. Is it appropriate to have it there, or do we think that that creates any issues or?
Because it's an LEA?
Yeah, because we're, yes. I'm not sure I know how to say it, but,
No,
you know.
it dawned
I
on
think-
me. It dawned on
Yes,
us.
so appreciating
Yeah.
the availability,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, is that the best way for us to start is with?
Is there another accessible spot that anybody could think of? That are,
Is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, that's why I suggested University of Memphis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Memphis, yeah.
Feels more neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, no, so so University of Memphis was okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
She was talking about the
No,
school board,
The
I
school
think.
board is the one that I was saying, if we are, if our role is what it is
Yeah,
that the
then
most
that's-
appropriate place for us to do
I
it?
misunderstood, yeah.
Yeah.
To make sure that everyone feels that it's a neutral setting.
Mhm.
So,
My preference is the University of Memphis is what
okay,
I'm
so
saying.
look, I'll make that call. Y'all direct me to make the call. I'll make the call.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
Just,
right.
Mr. Chairman, I just think we ought to keep in mind going to the University of Memphis and the parking situation.
And that's the garage.
Yeah, well, that's fine for us, but it'd be open to the public as
Correct.
well. They would
Yes.
park in the garage
Yes.
versus driving up, getting out, and going in the meeting. So I'm trying to make sure that the public has every opportunity to participate in what we do.
I guess it depends on where we meet.
Yeah,
we can think about
it. does.
Yeah, I think that's important. And if there's a fee, we can maybe negotiate that. And maybe this is just the first spot and we consider other places in the future.
But we gotta get a meeting set. I think we got one set.
Correct.
So, any other business? Hey, we've got a big task in front of us, folks, and we're gonna be attached at the hip for the next 4 years.
Maybe six.
And,
Maybe, what?
Maybe six.
but,
Maybe for you.
I think
Yeah, we can be
we're all
really busy
honored
too.
to serve on this. Appreciate the governor being here, the work of the speaker, Lieutenant Governor, Mark White, and Brent Taylor, all your hard work and caring about our community, and you caring to be here today too, means a lot as well. So,
Yes, yes.
are there any other comments, questions, or are we ready for adjournment?
Second.
That was it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, I look forward to everybody.
With Donna Kay.
Oh, you did.
Lord, she just, I didn't